is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. They can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People say the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher. I wonder when it goes now, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. They can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right stand that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable. And stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Blessed Tuesday. I can't say Happy Tuesday anymore. Blessed Tuesday.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Blessed Tuesday to those in television land, our silent supporters, and to everyone in the chat. Thank you so much, as usual, for tuning in. Remember, guys, when you come in, like up the live, share us out if you can, and if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. And I also want to give a special shout out to our channel members, and welcome to channel members who joined during the week, and also a special shout out to all the moderators. This evening's topic is Jamaicans are desperately in need of help. It's your host, Domestic Sensation, which is Baron and Marie. We also have Melting Pot, and Mr. Rattigan should be joining us shortly. Let me quickly welcome those in the chat, and then I will go into other stuff and then hand over to Baron. So Beverly, Joycelyn, Dorothy McCoy, One Indian, Pamela Okolo, bless up yourself, Rennie Swaby, Elaine Turner, Laris Beckford, Sharon Ricketts, Carla Ebanks. Welcome. As the death toll rises, guys, with the catastrophic hurricane, I just want to continue to extend our condolences to all the families and communities that have lost loved ones. And I'm just going to ask every one of us just to have a moment of silence, just for a minute, for those whose lives have been lost.
Whoa, that is good.
Starting now. Okay, thank you guys so much for that reverent moment of reverence there. I just want to go through a few things before I hand over to Byron. Remember on Friday, Andy Bryan, who has a shipping company and services the tri-state area in New York, he had reached out to persons who want to send stuff to Jamaica for relief and also to family members. He has a warehouse in Nain, St. Elizabeth, and he says he has persons on the ground. I'm going to give the number again, and I'm also going to put it in the chat. It is 347-465-1869, and he will go to your location to pick up what you have to send, and the fee is going to be discounted for shipping, and then he will take care of the rest once it's sent. And also, you would have seen over the weekend that I put a notification with a link to Amazon put out by Dr. Ajay Dixon, who is going to be on the ground in those hard-hit areas offering medical aid to persons who are not able to make it to the hospital or just need simple first aid. So he has put a wish list on Amazon or made a registry. There's a link. I'm going to put it in the chat as well again, and it's also in the community page that you can click on it. It will take you straight to that wish list, and there's quite a few items on it. You'll see how many he has in the bin, how many has been purchased already. So once he has a fair amount, then those items will go to him, and I figure he has figured out to get it to Jamaica, and so that he can utilize them. So Amazon wish list, I'm going to put the link in the chat again, and I'm going to repeat that it's on the community page for those who want to go there and just purchase a few items. I know some people have visited the page already and given their support, and rest assured that it will be going to those who really need it. Also, Byron is going to speak about an initiative for Westmoreland later on, and I want to see if we could champion that cause, if we come together and try to champion that cause and help someone in need, help a family, and know that that help is going directly to a family. Then we will see if persons are interested in partnering up in order to help a family in Westmoreland. But when Baron gets to that, then I will jump in and make some comments on that. Without any delay, I am going to, one more thing. I also put out in the comment section a young lady, her family is very worried about her. Even this morning, I was called to find out if we heard anything. Her picture and the picture of her baby. She has a 1-year-old baby with her. Her family in Old Harbor have not heard from her since the hurricane. Her name is Tamian Stone, and she's from Mocha Woodland District in St. Elizabeth. So her mother, Nadine Stewart White, and also her grandmother, they're from Longville, Old Harbor. They asked us to put this out and ask persons to share it so that it may reach someone with pertinent information who can get back to them with any information regarding her and the baby. And the number is 876-324-4858, and it's also on the community page. So persons can just go over who have not yet seen it and just share it until maybe it can reach somebody who has some information and can give these family members some peace of mind. And on that note, I just want to say that we have heard from our family members finally, and they're okay. They're still without power and certain basic necessities, but they're doing okay, and just wanted to let you guys know.
All right, well said, wifey. Really appreciate that and your time and your effort, right, that you have put in today right? I want to say big thanks for that. Um, Tonight, my listeners, I want to say again, thank you, right, for being a part of the Mystic Sensation movement as it relates to checks and balance where the government is concerned. Good governance, because we are building a future, and it's only a government who care who is going to deliver that what we seek in terms of nation building. Now, tonight we are going to be quite measurable. We are going to be surgical in terms of our delivery, right? But before we get into that, I want to say condolences to the friends and family of the fallen, our Jamaican brothers and sisters who have gone on the other side as a result of the passage of Hurricane Melissa. And so then we all in mourning, we're all in grief. And so then we are here to make sure that we pursue with all the energy to save lives. So tonight program is not all about critiquing a government, but we are going to offer tangible and solid solutions, right? Ratigan will be joining us soon. And so then let me just give Brother Melting Pot the opportunity to meet and greet his wonderful people. Brother Melting Pot, yes, on the podium, please.
Thank you, Sir Byron. Must say greetings to everyone. It's good to be here after being away for roughly a week. I know you all missed me, I've heard, and so it's nice to be back. I would like to also endorse our opening 1 minute silence by offering my condolences to everyone in Jamaica who has lost their loved one.
Definitely.
It's sad, but we just have to pick up the pieces and move on in times of, great concern. I like to also extend my unwavering love and gratitude for our, beloved fans who spend their time with us every Tuesday and Friday night when we are in the space and in the afternoon. Just want to say, how much I value your time to be a part of the Mystic Sensation show. And, special mention to Lady Bug and Star Girl. They always, making some remarks, which is quite pleasing and acceptable.
All right.
And also to everyone else, you're all family members of the Mystic Sensation, and Melting Pot love you all. I like to also mention our beloved host, Sir Lord Byron, the man who keep the show on the
Thank
road
you.
in terms of putting all the subject matter together. And, special mention to Lady Anne Marie, our technical director, as usual, who is very, skillful in the way she operate behind the scene.
Yes.
And last but not least, Sir Rattigan will be in the space. So I just want to make mention of him as well. But without any further ado, I hand back the floor to the host.
All right, thank you for that, Melting Pot. And we say we only have one Melting Pot. And of course, you can find him either on Mystic Sensation or the Titan Bars, right? That's the original Melting Pot. Bless up yourself, Melting Pot. Today we have a wide range of subject matters. right? And we are going to deliver all of the topics tonight. So please take your seat, be comfortable, right? And just be, happy in terms of processing the information that we will be giving tonight, and food for thought. And as I said, we are not going to only be critical, right, in terms of positive and constructive criticism, right? We are going to offer solutions, right, to the circumstances that we found ourselves in as it relates to Melissa, right? And where the economy, right, the status of the economy today as we speak. And so then we want to be well measurable, we want to be surgical. And let me say that Brother Ratigan is here, so let me just use the opportunity before I go on.
He's not fully on yet.
Okay, he's not fully on yet, but he's here. He's in the studio, right? Big up yourself, Ratigan. I know that you're hearing me. All right. Now we have some wide range of topics as we are going to discuss GLP supporters venting their frustration with the government, right? Under that subheading, quite interesting. We are going to peruse that. Is Jamaica losing its sovereignty? Again, we are going to peruse that, and late to respond, right? Cause lives. We will be perusing that. We need opposition checks and balance. Very important. And Andrew Ones unable to land in Westmoreland while Mark Golden was able to do so. We are going to touch light on that. And is Melissa being used as political grandstanding? All these subtopics, right? We will be positively critiquing the following subheadings, and we are going to do it in a very measurably and responsible way. Now, Jamaica, before I begin, right, we are going to begin with ground zero. And let me just give a background to the government. To have St. Elizabeth as ground zero, we now want for the government to shift that narrative of St. Elizabeth being ground zero. What would like the government to focus on? The entire corridor of Hurricane Melissa that destroy the pathway of Melissa's corridor is ground zero. And so then we want that ground zero narrative not to be only focusing on St. Elizabeth, but treat the entire corridor, the passageway of Melissa, equitably. And we are going to touch in detail of that as it relates to the political representation that need to be meted out in a responsible way and put out the political grandstanding, and focus on saving lives. This is what we are going to speak about tonight. So my Jamaican people, I am going to present two clips. And of course, then we have the panel to respond accordingly. Now, let me say this before I even start. Today's parliament given me that sort of confidence I want you to listen to me carefully. Today's parliament, in terms of the opposition performance, had given me the confidence that yes, we have a very, very strong opposition that is capable to have this government as it relates to checks and balance and finally transparency. And of course, we have seen that the opposition is delivering what ought to be delivered in terms of the role and function of the opposition. And we are happy and proud for that. Now let us get into this news and hear what TVJ is saying. Now the death toll moved from 28 to 32, and sad to say, my Jamaican people, the death toll is going to rise. No joke about that. Let us share that information. All right. Let us share that information to our people. That is not it. Okay, go ahead.
It needs clear lines of communication. Right now, I got a report yesterday that 8 people.
Okay. All right. This clip is where Mark Golin, is speaking, right, on the initiative of inclusion, right, where the opposition, the PSOJ, and all the respective authorities supposed to come together, right, to process all of this as it relates to, Hurricane Melissa, and of course, right, the falling, right, and what we need to do, right, to ensure that we are helping those who need the help. So I want you to listen to this clip, right, from Comrade Leader Mark Golin.
It needs clear lines of communication. Right now, I got a report yesterday that 8 people were dead in a community in St. Elizabeth. And they were planning to do a mass burial because they're cut off. I can give you the name of the community. It's in my phone. I have reported it, which is not practical because he can't handle every single report. There is no proper command structure in place. They've put in the same old system that has applied under their leadership in the past. And I'm saying, listen, this is bigger than all that. This is much, much bigger than all that. And we need to have something that the people can have confidence in, a broad-based system with leaders from the private sector, leaders from the churches, leaders from the NGO sector. The opposition should be at the table. Roughly half of the country that are interested in the system of democracy voted for the opposition. And, so to exclude us is not wise because you're going to deprive yourselves of vital information, especially given that some of the most badly hit areas are areas where our representatives have been voted into office. It needs clear lines of communication.
All right. And I love what the Comrade Leader has said, right, in terms of making the task more manageable, right? The PSOJ, right, the opposition, right, who need to involve, ought to be involved. No time for politicking, right? No time for political grandstanding, right? Since Brother Rattigan is here, let me have Brother Rattigan to meet and greet his people before we proceed into the program. Brother Rattigan.
Yes, sir. Good night.
All right.
Gideon Murray, Lord Byron,
Bless
all of the loyal listeners, supporters. A pleasure to be here. Let's get going. Let's get going, sir.
All right.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Brother Rattigan. Right. We are going to, of course, proceed accordingly. So we have seen that clip there where Mark Golin is talking about inclusion. and to focus, right, on the situation at hand as it relates to people who are losing their lives, and the entire situation need to be rescued, right, in a very measurable way and very tactical way, and it need all hands on deck, right? I don't think that Mark Golding could have said it any better, right? But wonderful as it relates to democracy, right? Now, let us show you, right, what the concerns are as it relates to people who definitely, right, need the help. And so then there is no time for political grandstanding. Without any delay on it, let us hear something from Westmoreland. And that is one of the reasons why I'm saying that, right, we ought to treat the corridor of Hurricane Melissa as ground zero, the entire corridor, not only St. Elizabeth. Let us listen to what this person is saying from Westmoreland.
Alright, ready? Alright, tell me your name and tell me like what is happening up here.
Alright, currently I live in St. Thomas. Everybody know me as Westy. And literally I never hear from the people them, so I drive come down here. And when I come down here, honestly, it don't look good. The people them need help. You see the message that I send it directly to Mark Golding, Dayton Campbell, Andrew Wanless. The people they want water down here, people literally are dead for thirst, dead for hungry, everything. People they want chop all in, they don't have nothing now if sleep. The kids them literally, you can't see kids them, they don't know where, like them literally got dead. We need one copter to come down here, come drop some food for the people them. The people they don't have nothing to drink, nothing to eat. That not look good. And the amount of people when I see a carrot care package and I tell her, oh, Dayton Cameron reach out to beats and swing left all people them yet. The people they have nothing to eat, like if maybe some of them are dead tomorrow. Thirsty, them are dead for thirst. And remember they never prepare for storm because some of them never have nothing to prepare for storm. And the things them when them buy for storm run out. Imagine you don't know if you sleep. You don't know if you sleep. And you still not have nothing to eat. Come on, we are human being people. We need some help in the fall. Beast and Spring, I beg you. Mr. Andrew Wanless, send one copter down here. I mean next week. I mean tomorrow. Today Monday. I mean Tuesday. We want the people to get water. Literally, people don't have water to drink. I carry about 6 cases of water, and I tell you, it look like if I never stand up strong, people don't want water for water. Like, if people need water, if they want something, the people are dead. So Mr. Andrew Wanless, Mark Golding, Dayton Campbell, I like you, you know. Because you're outspoken, I like you. Send one copter come help the beats and Spring and left all people them.
Are you win up here?
You hear me I tell you, bossy? Andrew Wanless, I'm not done with the politics business, bossy. I beg you.
Yes, sir. If you are listening to me in terms of your comment, asking Dayton Campbell, right, to send a captor to your area, you have to understand that the Jamaica Labour Party, right, has the purse of the government. And so then, of course, Dayton Campbell can provide political representation, but it is the Jamaica Labour Party that has the purse. So please, sir, do understand. You understand as it relates to governance, right? I understand your concern, but you ought to understand that the Jamaica Labour Party is at the helm of the administration and they have the purse in terms of that. So please get that right, right? And I do understand where you're coming from. So let me just say that in terms of correcting you and that. Now, we're talking about, as we said, we are here to offer solution. Now, we have 3 Chinook helicopters. And I am going to run through 2 clips, right? And then I have the panel respond. Before I speak on the Chinook helicopters, I want Jamaica to understand the capabilities of the Chinook helicopters. And we are saying that they need to be activated, right? And activated, right, respectively to the circumstances at hand. We are going to speak on that, right? But before I speak, I said, you know what? Let me give our viewers the capability of the Chinook and what it takes as it relates to prudency in utilizing those life-saving machineries. Now, let us look on the capability of the Chinook, what the Chinook is capable for.
In the vast history of military aviation, few machines have earned as much respect, trust, and admiration as the Boeing CH-47 Chinook. Towering above the battlefield with its iconic twin rotors and thunderous engines, the Chinook is not just a helicopter, it is a lifeline. For more than 6 decades, this extraordinary aircraft has carried soldiers to safety, delivered hope where none seemed possible, and reshaped the very idea of what a helicopter can achieve. First introduced in 1962, the Chinook was born at a time when the world needed a workhorse, a machine capable of carrying men, machines, and supplies across some of the harshest and most unforgiving terrains on Earth. What emerged was an engineering marvel, a tandem rotor giant designed to do what others couldn't. Named after the Native American Chinook people, it quickly became a symbol of endurance, strength, and versatility. The Chinook's journey began in the jungles of Vietnam, where it changed the rules of modern warfare.
All right, take it
While
away, Ronnie.
most helicopters struggled with payload limitations, the CH-47 could carry more than 10,000 kilograms.
All right. Now, there's a reason why I play that for people to understand the capability of one Chinook that can carry tons of loads. And so then, the reason for me to play that, we have 3 Chinooks at our disposal. And as the death toll rises, these Chinooks has the capability to go anywhere as it relates to the terrain of Jamaica. And definitely save lives. Now, let me say this. The government response has to consider the fact that lives need to be saved. And as we speak, people are on the verge to die because of what the government is saying. There is no access. We are talking about the capability of these helicopters. So we're not talking about road access. It doesn't cut it. These helicopters can go into any difficult terrain, deliver service that ought to be delivered, move out people who ought to be moved out from a scene that is contaminated. Now, let me say this in terms of me not just critiquing the government. I want to offer some solutions, and I'm going to go to the panel in terms of the solutions that I'm offering here tonight. We have seen some progress as it relates to what some information coming out of Parliament. But this is what I put, and I want the panel to respond accordingly. So my solutions that I am offering. One, the Chinook helicopters must be segmented in zone of operations to rescue the vulnerable, elderly, and children and provide basic necessities. That is one of my recommendations. Number two, there must be a plan of action to evacuate all the persons who are severely impacted to a safe zone where the necessary care can be offered and free the area of further contamination to mitigate any spreading of bacteria. Number three, plan of action to reconstruct the corridor part of Melissa and make drainage system more robust with consistent cleaning, fully utilize the various support system to rebuild normalcy and strengthen resilience in all our citizens. Number four, a joint oversight committee to ensure checks, balance, and transparency to ensure all donations, insurances, and all other benefits must be fully utilized to support those who are in genuine need of the support. And finally, number five, an economy that is now in dire strait can no longer be burdened with current salaries of MPs and senators and large size cabinet. We simply need to adjust to balance the weight of the economy at this current time. Now, let me first and foremost, as it relates to these recommendations, right, let me speak to Brother Rattigan, right, as it relates to also his expertise and the recommendations that I have recommended, right, in terms of how he see those recommendations can be utilized and be effective in terms of what I just spoke about. Brother Rattigan, step to the floor. And if you have any additional suggestion, you understand, as we said, tonight's program is not about critiquing the government mainly, but to offer solutions. So if you have any more thing to be added to in terms of what I spoke about, please do that, sir. Not hearing you, Brother Rattigan. You're muted.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me, right? Yes?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just briefly go over the five you mentioned. You said one is to provide basic necessities.
Yes.
Two is to evacuate to mitigate the spreading of disease.
Yes.
Three is to reconstruct the path of Melissa.
Yes.
Four is a joint oversight committee.
Yes.
To ensure that the benefits will go to those in need.
Yes.
And the last one is to adjust the parliamentarian salaries.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Provide basic necessities. Yeah. Evacuation. Here's what I would add to it. The economy and the salary, I'd have to know how much is that a burden on the taxpayer. I don't know. I've heard some figures bandied about. I don't know how much money is actually involved there. The Joint Oversight Committee, the problem with that is this is something that should have been proposed before Melissa, but you're saying going forward you want to have this done. The question is, how willing is the government to to adopt something like this, because my understanding is that they have set up their own committees and subcommittees, and what is noticeably absent are the members of the opposition. That it's these committees and subcommittees, they're primarily run by the government.
Okay, all right. Well, Ratty, let me just give you some data too. Right.
Sure.
Based on what transpired in Parliament, I think they are now deciding, right, to have the opposition, right, input where that is concerned, and to have the opposition on these committees. So that is the new direction.
That's outstanding, and that's something that should have taken place a while back, but it is what it is. Here's what I would add. The salary stuff, I need to know more about that. The oversight committee that is being taken care of. Evacuation to mitigate spreading of disease. That one is key, because what they should have done and what they still can do is to set up 10 cities. They have stadium, right? They have a couple stadiums, or they could move them to a military base, for example. Set up 10 cities where people can get, they have a cot, they have a roof over their heads, they can sleep, they can get a nice meal, they can shower, do all the stuff that they need to do, and evacuate the area so that emergency services people and the military, they can go in and do the rebuilding without having to deal with, people living inside those areas. Now, so 10 city, I think is a big part of it, and I think they're making some moves right now to establish those 10 cities, but I don't think it's been done on a large scale. It should be done on a large scale, similar to what you see when they have these refugee camps. They're not forever, but they're going to be there for a while until the area is safe and ready for people to reoccupy. So they can go in without any interference and put on roofs and move, clear the area of carcasses and all that stuff, so that people can go back to a safe environment. Here's something that I would like to see happen, and this is something that is long overdue. I would like to see the government, and when I say the government, I'm talking about the ruling party and the opposition. I would like to see them come together in a bipartisanship moment and build hurricane-proof approved shelters across the island. And how should it be? How should it be done? I would like to see them build 3 large ones, one for each county, Cornwall, Middlesex, Surrey, and then build some satellite ones in the outpost. The ones that the large ones, they can build those on military bases. I'm sure that they have military base. They have a military base in Kingston. They have one in Monique, and I'm sure they have one out west. And the purpose for that is that you can pre-position supplies, so that you wouldn't have to know, saying you have to go from Kingston and trying to clear roads to get in. You'd be in the area already. Yeah. And also it would provide shelter, and food and all the necessities for people. Then you have the small ones, so that people who can't travel that great distance, they can do that. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is it's long overdue, and I shuddered when I heard Minister Vaz said on CNN that they have Jamaica's 881 shelters. And I was waiting for them to ask him the question, but nobody asked him. And even in Jamaica, nobody asked to say, how many of these shelters are hurricane-proof, certified? How many of them? Because you're going to find that number to be very low, if any. And when Beryl happened, I proposed that what they should do, because I think I even mentioned it, that there's a company in Florida. They specialize in building these types of structures, and they don't take long, because a lot of them, they like prefab. They just put the thing on, put the foundation, drop the thing inside there, and then you're ready to go. So I would like to see that happen, because God knows we don't want to see a repeat of this. And here we're talking about improvement. We're talking about planning. And I was having had a conversation with a friend of mine this morning, and I was explaining to her that because she was talking about timing, and I said to her the overarching theme and all of these mitigating factors is planning, because planning includes timing. And so if you plan this thing properly, you look, we're not saying that people won't die, we're not saying that they won't be damaged, but at least you have something going. You have to plan. Another thing, oh, I forgot. Another thing is the cat bond. We're paying $10.5 million for $150 million worth of coverage per year. People keep that in mind. So if Jamaica, God forbid, should get hit with 2 Category 5s in a season, you're only getting paid up to $150 million. That's it. So if you, and now we're being told that the damage done by Melissa is upwards of $3 billion US dollars. And up to now, I don't know if we're getting the full 150, because as you're aware, Mystic, there are certain requirements that it must be a named storm, it must be a Category 5, there must be a certain wind speed, barometric pressure, it must make landfall, and it must go through certain grids. And each grid has a value. It has a value for barometric pressure, and I suspect for payment, because payment is not based on economic loss. It's based on the intensity of the hurricane. So you could have economic loss, as Jamaica does right now, upwards of 3 billion, but you're looking at maximum 150. And I brought on a mathematician last year after Beryl, and he used a formula, and he said, we, for $150 million worth of insurance, we should only be paying somewhere around, I think he said somewhere around $3-4 million a year instead of 10. So if his calculations are correct, we should have been insured for up to $300 million for the $10.5 million. So all of you out there who are heaping praise on Nigel Clark, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve some praise, but just keep in mind that when you look at how the thing was negotiated, we could have probably gotten a better deal. But part of that was because the first couple of years, who paid for the bond? It was Germany, the UK, and I believe the US helped. And they carried the bulk of the bond. And at that time, the insurance was for $185 million. And they did it, I think, 2022, 2023. And then they said, Jamaica, you're on your own now. So Jamaica bought insurance last year to the tune of 150, not 185. And they paid $10.5 million for that. And this year they paid $10.5 million for 150. Also, what we have to keep in mind, Mystic, is that this category bond doesn't cover earthquakes, covers only hurricane. Now we have there's a Caribbean Resilience Fund. I can't remember the name, but it's the same thing, but it's issued basically, CARICOM. It's not that much money. I think they're getting, I don't know, 70 million. It's not as much as the other one. But when you add up all of those monies coming in right now, it's a drop in the bucket. And that leads me to a final point, and it's this. We in the diaspora are trying our level best to provide whatever support, assistance, materials we can to our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. It's going to take time for us to get everything there. And so for the government to say they're giving us a 30-day break, and actually it's less than 30 days right now, it's about 26 days or so, the end of November, they say that the break that they will give you for GCT and customs tariffs and taxes and all of that, it's going to end. Now, we're getting to do a 40-foot container, and I can tell you right now, it's going to take weeks for us to fill up that container. Then to ship the container is going to take weeks. And by the time it gets to Jamaica, it's past November 30th. And we're being told that if it comes after September 30th, you're going to have to pay duties and tariffs and this and GCT and all this nonsense. It's foolishness, government. We are trying to help. And these things are gratuity. They are gratuitous. We're giving these things to our brothers and sisters. And there's no need for you to impose those taxes and tariffs on us. So what I'm saying is, at the very least, give us 90 days to say, okay, you have 90 days to bring in all of these things. At least make it, at least after the Christmas season. So no worry, November, December, January, make it like sometime in February, mid-February. You say, okay, come mid-February, whatever, the containers coming in, we're going to go back to doing business, as we used to. But until then, you don't have to pay tariffs, taxes, duties, all that stuff, GCT on items coming in for relief purposes. Not talking about sending stuff to your grandmother or anything like something personal. Talking for relief purposes. So that's where I'll end it.
Okay, all right. Let me just bring in Melting Pot as it relates to the recommendations that I have made. Melting Pot, do you want to any refresh, or should you just want to just go get into it?
One quick second of my mistake. So Kathleen Smith and Tropic Couture and a couple of people said that it has been extended to December. I still don't think that December is enough. I think it should go even further than that, because think about it, people. The damage we're seeing, that is not something that's going to be fixed next week or next month or maybe even next year. It's going to take years to get things back to normal. And what we don't want things back to normal. We want things to be better than they were. So it's going to take years. So at least give us until, February to bring this stuff in so that we can help out our brothers and sisters. We can speed up the process whereby people can get back on their feet. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that, Ratty. Let me just quickly go over, right, as it relates to the recommendations and Melting Pot responding. As I said, the Chinook helicopter must be segmented in zone of operations to rescue the vulnerable, who are the elderly, children, and provide basic necessities. Number 2, there must be a plan of action to evacuate all the persons who are severely impacted to a safe zone where the necessary care can be offered, and free the area of further contamination to mitigate any spreading of bacteria. Number 3, plan of action to reconstruct the corridor part of Melissa and make drainage system more robust with consistent cleaning. Fully utilize the various support system to rebuild normalcy and strengthen resilience in all of our citizens. 4, a joint oversight committee to ensure checks, balance, and transparency to ensure all donations, insurances, and all other benefits must be fully utilized to support those who are in genuine need of the support. And finally, an economy that is now in dire strait can no longer be burdened with the current salaries of MPs, senators, and large-sized cabinet. We simply need to adjust to balance the weight of the economy. Go ahead, Melting Pot.
Yes, sir, Byron. And I mean, first and foremost, looking at the plan of action as it relates to utilizing the Chinook helicopter to provide, the personnel them to carry out the search and evacuation process. Now that must be a priority that comes under one word: emergency. There should never be any tardiness where that is concerned, because these helicopters, as you rightly, demonstrate in that video clipping, are built to go anywhere to provide that means of assistance as it relates to emergency restoration in terms of, bringing people to life from a situation where their life is in dire strait. But on the part of Andrew Wallace and his administration, that was lethargic, tardy, and in some cases non-existent. So in that regard,
exactly,
that was a shamble. As it related to the plan of action in terms of, making sure that you get rid of, certain elements that can cause an outbreak in an epidemic. format, that can lead up to a pandemic situation. And we are talking about carcasses and all these things. So that now is very critical. And so I would have expected that, the stakeholder, such as the personnel within the Ministry of Health and other relevant agency, as it relates to NEPA, who is in charge of environment, would have coordinated a strategy going forward, as quick as possible after the hurricane pass over, to make sure no, they don't let it escalate to a point where it starts to pose a problem. And so the response from the government, as I said before, was lethargic in that regard, because even as we speak currently, I've seen houses still submerged. So it shows that there is no work being done to alleviate this volume of standing water that currently exists. And that now, falls under the category of infrastructure not being maintained or even built in some cases. Because Jamaica has been relying upon the whole framework that is in place as it relates to the infrastructure. And Jamaica has done a lot of redevelopment in terms of road and houses and hotels and all these things. And so when you start to expand as a country in terms of your infrastructure, in terms of building, you must also make it a priority to look at the infrastructure that will protect the island. And those are very fundamental as it relates to gully and drain, not just being built, but being cleaned and maintained throughout the year. And that also definitely coincide with one major problem we have as it relates to lack of garbage collection. We've known that people has used the gully as a garbage disposal. And fundamentally speaking, that is wrong on the citizen part. Yeah. But then sometimes they are faced with no choice, no alternative, because of local government not playing their part in providing the basic amenity as it relates to garbage truck being available to collect these garbage. And contractors where it may be utilized in terms of private contractor being looked after so that they can provide a service that is vital, to the health within the country. Then when we look at the oversight committee, we have always had problem with, distribution of welfare and stuff like that. And it is very fundamental that we have reputable people providing service as it relates to checks and balance and accountability. So the oversight committee is very much welcome. Now, when we move into the salary package of the parliamentarian, I have always had a problem with that. Because based on the time that it was, institute, it was on the back of a pandemic. And so that should have never happened in the first place. And secondly, when you look at the economy, the strength of the economy that currently exists in Jamaica, and even from then, the economy was a weak and shambled economy that could not sustain itself, an economy that, primarily get a lot of help from the diaspora in terms of the remittance that goes into Jamaica. That was a fundamental boost to the economy. And so, because of no form of job creation, the agriculture sector was neglected to the point where, things was being imported to facilitate agriculture needs in the country. And those are two very critical areas of our growth as a nation. Because if you don't have a strong GDP, then you cannot, afford people even in the ICE office exorbitant salary package. Because the GDP is what reflect the growth of your nation, and it will show you if you can afford salary and to what extent your salary should be. That was not evident to me. So my take on that is that just like when Portia Simpson was the prime minister and she had to go back to the IMF and she had to adhere to the austerity measure that was in place by the IMF, she had to put a salary cap on the civil servant wages. And several of our very fundamental workforce had to, go through a long period of time where they had to sustain their life on a, capped salary. And so I think that should apply now to the politicians, that are in place, because Jamaica just cannot sustain the type of, salary package that is there for this current administration. I think it's one of the largest ever, being on the table. Now, when we look at the passage of the hurricane, and I mean, you rightfully mentioned the terms ground zero being used by the Prime Minister and only make reference of St. Elizabeth. But the passage of the hurricane was not just St. Elizabeth. It also, went to parishes like Westmoreland, St. James, Trelawney, and places like that. And so it cannot be just a narrow passage. It had to be a broader passage that the Prime Minister has to pay attention to. And in keeping with that, the Prime Minister have to be more mobilized in his thought process of how he gonna distribute the emergency workforce and how quick he can get them out there in the field to perform the duty that is required. Search and rescue, yeah? And don't let it get to the stage where it becomes search and recovery. Now we are looking at it in the latter format. It's not anymore search and rescue. It has now become a process of search and recovery. And that is down to the tardiness of the government and, how they are not in touch with the reality of dealing with a Category 5 hurricane. I think they went into panic mode rather than being active in their thought process. So that is just my take on the whole, package of what we try to dissect, and not being overcritical of the government, but just being, factual in our own thought process and
Definitely.
sharing our idea as to what we think the situation should be and, how best to approach it. I yield back the floor.
All right. Well said, Melting Pot. And let me just right away take on the situation as it relates to the Chinook helicopters, how they are being utilized. Because Mark Golding speak about, equity, right? As it relates to distribution, as it relates to the corridor of Melissa. And I am going to play a clip where, Ratty, I am going to critique that sort of delivery process, right? In the sense that the Chinook should be used in a segmented way. And this is what I'm saying, Ratty and Melting Pot. So for argument's sake, we said, okay, all right, 15 square miles, right, is the passageway of Hurricane Melissa. And we have 3 Chinook. I believe that, Chinook 1 should service, you understand, 5 square mile of the corridor. Chinook 2 should service, right, another 5 square mile of the corridor. So you understand my point in terms of making it segmented in operation zones. Now I want to show a clip and show Jamaica that you have 3 Chinook that's servicing one area. And I believe that is a flaw because I believe as it relates to the corridor of Melissa, right? If you have proper planning and utilize those Chinooks and segmented them into zones, you will have simultaneous delivery and where, the zone, you understand, will be measured in a demographic way as it relates to the responsibility of each Chinook, you understand, to offer service simultaneously. But look at this clip, people. Look at this clip. While we give thanks, let me say this. While we give thanks as it relates to the help that we are getting, but we are talking about better utilization, you understand, to make it more effective. And we are going to go to the panel if the panel do agree in terms of what I am pointing out. Let us go to that. Yes. Now look at this, people. If you look, people, you'd have seen 2 Chinooks in one area, right? Now, you have seen also, right, where, and for the gentleman who was saying that Dayton Campbell need to be there, you have seen Dayton Campbell, right, there, right, dealing with, the process of distribution. So that should answer that gentleman question. But in terms of what I'm saying, right, just want to hear, right, the panel take on it. I think that the Chinooks should be better utilized in terms of the operation, segmented them in zone, right? And so then they could deal with the situation in a very simultaneous way, right? So that everyone who been affected, you understand, look on the situation that they are treated fairly, fair treatment, and that, okay, all right, you don't have, 2 or 3 Chinook service, right, one area, while the other area left unserviced as it relates to the corridor of Melissa. And I think, in terms of better planning, that is my subjective opinion. Let me go to Brother Rattigan and hear what Rattigan has to say about that. Brother Rattigan.
Right. I don't know if they made that first drop and then the second drop was in a different area. I would have to, I'd have to figure out, because looking at it like this, where you say, okay, they have 2 Chinooks dropping off supplies, and so they should kind of do it in grids, like, and then have one here and one over there. What I'd like to know is, after they finished dropping off there, did they go someplace else, or that was it? And here's one of my main concerns. My main concern for me is this: every time you have a tropical disturbance or a hurricane there will always be, we've always seen communities left behind. Now, I understand that no search and recovery, no search and rescue effort in a devastation like this will be perfect. It won't be perfect. You're gonna have chaos, you're gonna have confusion.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean you can't plan. And it doesn't mean that you shouldn't plan. And like I said, I'll reserve my criticisms for a later date because I saw a lot of things to criticize, but I also saw some good things.
Yes.
And what I'm hopeful is that, what I'm hoping for is that we won't leave those small communities behind. Yes, the black rivers of Jamaica and the Falmouths of Jamaica and the where else you name the other towns that were devastated. They are going to get a lot of assistance, a lot of supplies, but they are small communities too, with far fewer people, in hilly terrain, that to some degree they will be forgotten. And I just don't want us to forget those people. It's okay to drop supplies off in a Black River, in a Falmouth, and a Santa Cruz and elsewhere. But there are small little villages that we mustn't forget those people. And that's where our focus. We're planning to do a sending up a 40-foot container. That's where our focus will be. Of course, we're going to do it in conjunction with the people making the donations. But that's going to be a priority for us, at least when we discuss the issue, to say, look, we have small communities that they're going to be left, they're going to be, and not intentionally ignored sometimes, but, they said the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And so the areas that are most devastated, people are going to pump resources into those areas. But we mustn't forget that there are other areas that were affected by Melissa. In fact, some of those areas were affected by Beryl as well, and they never recovered. And now they've gotten hit again. We can't forget them.
Exactly. All right. Thank you for that. All right. Love that. All right, Melting Pot. Step up on the podium. Melting Pot, your take.
Get to the pole. Step on the pole.
Well, I mean, we all have to. Now, what's the capacity that the Chinook can hold in terms of weight? Is it 10,000 kilo?
Yes. Up to 10,000, yes.
Right. Okay. So I'm looking at it now, as you rightfully said, Sir Byron. If it's a 15-mile passageway, then you deploy one to cover a 5-mile radius.
Yes.
So how quick can you get 10,000 kilo of weight into one of these things and then get it to a distribution point where it reaches people, and then go back and reload and come back? Because I would expect, like, say one of them can do 2 drop off to cover that 5-mile radius, and each of them now, so it's 6 drop off that. Yeah. But and then now that would have be an even spread.
Exactly.
And that would now could be a way where everybody could be reached in a timely fashion. You understand? Because it's been done, I just said, simultaneously. You're looking after 3 areas that cover the entire gateway to Hurricane Melissa.
That's my point.
Yeah, but that come with stakeholders sitting down and having, relevant discussion. But when you leave the opposition out of that process, then it's a cause for concern, and you're asking for trouble, because this is where now discrepancy within the people thought process start to surface. Yeah, because they are not being represented the way they should. You're balloting out their representation that they put into parliament to deal on their behalf. So that was a wrong way of going about it by the government of the day, and Sir Mark Jefferson Golden highlighted that as an issue. It's all well when you have the stakeholder, but you can't leave out the opposition. The opposition have to be there. It cannot be just on a government, framework where they pick and choose who they want. You have to make sure you include the representation of the people. So if it's
Yes.
from the opposition side, you have to have them there because they make up the 63 member of the parliament. And their people are looking forward to seeing them. Yeah. So in the case of that young man, making that TikTok video and was making more reference about Dr. Dayton Campbell not being absent rather than centralizing his word more towards the government. But our people, sometimes we have to just guide them along the way. The government has the purse, government has the ammunition. The opposition can only work in tandem with the government based on the resource that the government gives to them.
Exactly.
And in the
So.
case of the government not having them at the bargaining table, as I said, that look stupid on the government part, and it's a cause for concern. I yield back the floor, Sir Byron.
All right. Wonderfully stated, melting pot. Right.
Byron, let me just add one quick thing there. And that
Okay,
the corridor that you spoke about is what I would like to know. Because again, some of these things where for me at least, I'm arguing from a position of ignorance because I don't know all the facts. And what I would like to know is whether or not that corridor that you're talking about, if other parts of that corridor received supplies by trucks. Because it could possibly be that some parts of that corridor received it by trucks, but this part, some other parts where trucks couldn't go in, they said, okay, we're going to use the Chinooks and get them there. So I don't know. I would like to know that. And like I said, there are lots of questions I would like to ask. Of course, the government is not going to answer me, but I'd like to see some of the answers. I'd like to see some of the questions asked at the press conference be answered so that we can get a full understanding of how the distribution started and then go from.
All right, I'm going to get into a subject matter so you can understand in terms of what we are saying in terms of the equity within distribution, right? And you mentioned that is it a situation where you understand the roads being cut off and so forth, and then it only requires helicopter drop off as it relates to accessibility, right? But I'm going to tell you, right, based on what I'm going to play right now, is to show you what I would ID as some level of biasness as it relates to dealing with the situation. And I have evidence to prove that. Now, let us get into the evidence for Ratty and Melting Pot to understand, right, what I would say, right, there is some level of biasness that meet out within the delivery. Now, look at this now, Brother Ratty. Now, let us play Andrew Holness, unable to land in Westmoreland while Mark Golden. Yes, based on what Ratty said. Sorry about that. Let us do that, right? Step up that to just based on what Ratty said. Let us, give him some understanding where that is concerned. So I am going to show you where the Prime Minister would have lied, right, as it relates to not able to access a particular area. Right, definitely lied to the Jamaican people, and while Mark Golden was able to do it. Now, I want you to listen to this. Want it from the beginning? Yes.
This week in Jamaica Now, unimaginable destruction, dozens of communities cut off, and a nation begins the long road to recovery. Coming up, the faces, the damage, and the fight to rebuild Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa. I'm Jovan Johnson, and this is Jamaica Now. Jamaica is slowly emerging from the devastation left behind by Hurricane Melissa, a record-breaking storm that has shattered homes, cut off entire communities, and left scores of residents desperate for help. In this week's Jamaica Now, we have comprehensive coverage of the destruction and the national response as Jamaicans tell their stories of loss, despair and hope. Government ministers also outline the scale of the crisis and efforts now underway to reach those hardest hit. After almost a week of crawling, Melissa made landfall in New Hope, Westmoreland about noon on Tuesday, becoming the strongest hurricane to slam the island in decades. It unleashed winds of 185 miles per hour, brought towering storm surge and rainfall in excess of 30 inches. 19 deaths were confirmed up to October 31. Now, from St. Thomas to Westmoreland, the story is one of heartbreak and loss. Entire towns remain cut off and bridges washed out and power lines down. More than half the country living in darkness as frantic relatives try to make contact with their loved ones. In Westmoreland, the parish where the hurricane made landfall, bodies were trapped in communities for days as floodwaters and fallen trees blocked access. Jamaicans have been telling their stories of bravery. In Black River, St. Elizabeth, a mother, Nicola Gowdy, gave a gripping account of how she fled her home on Crane Road for safety after Melissa came knocking.
The hurricane take off the house that mom, and my son ball out because me in a film room here, so I try to finish pack up fast, and him ball up and me grab him off of the bed, and the mattress blow gone. Then after that now we say we are evacuating because he cannot walk because he just pull the plaster. And when the Thursday, before the storm, he pull the plaster. So the doctor said the foot don't heal, so he not go up on it, not even an inch. And then when my husband lift him up and we try to get him in the car now, we find out, say, as we look around, so, what's this a water cover we? Charlie, we have to jump out of the car. I said, no, better we make it fall upon we, because if we stay in the car, we're going to drown. And we pull it back fast and run out back and we sit on here. So, we say, grab everything, sting we, and you see the easy place just swell. Then we say, no, we can't take it no more. And I tell my husband, no, if we cut piece of the rope, some of the black rope we have all the rope right now. And we...
One sec, guys, just gonna bring it forward a bit.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah. Play that.
Spirit was.
Within the region that could withstand the Category 5 storm. On Thursday, the Prime Minister toured Westmoreland, meeting residents who had lost everything. His visit followed criticisms that Westmoreland was being neglected. But Transport Minister Daryl Vaz, who has been one of the leading voices of the government's response, said the Prime Minister tried reaching Westmoreland earlier, but a helicopter could not find anywhere safe to land. Now, one woman in Russia, Westmoreland, outlined her plight to Dr. Holness.
Okay, so let us say that. So the Prime Minister claimed that he tried to reach Westmoreland earlier, but he could not find any place to land. Bear that in mind, Rattigan. That's what the Prime Minister really is stating. But look at this, Rattigan, right, as it relates to Mark Golan land in Westmoreland, where the Prime Minister said, right, number 3 here. Mark Golan land in Westmoreland, where the Prime Minister said he couldn't find any place to land. We are just showing the evidence in terms of, the lie that the Prime Minister told, right? And that is not good. That is not good for the politics. You understand? The political optics, you understand, is not serving the Prime Minister well. So just look at this.
So, wait there. Is that Mark Golan landing in Westmoreland, they say? How comes Dr. Dana, whatever her name is, did say Andrew couldn't tour Westmoreland because the helicopter couldn't find conditions of the ground, so Andrew couldn't find no place. The helicopter couldn't find a place to land.
Okay, take it away on it.
No.
I just want for people to understand what the Prime Minister is saying, that he couldn't find any place to land. However, Mark Golding did find place to land that show that the Prime Minister, right? I mean, and not only that, in terms of, you understand, we are saying that distribution, right, need to be done in an equal basis. And the idea that, and this is one of the reasons why I'm saying that the idea in saying that St. Elizabeth is ground zero need to be, gravitated away from that and take the entire part of the hurricane, the corridor of the hurricane, as ground zero. You understand? So that the narrative of equity can be built. Now, to prove the point in terms of what I'm saying here, Andrew Holness, you understand, further allow his ego, you understand, to lead him in terms of denying Mark Golding requests of an helicopter from the JDF, right? And so then it goes to show you that Andrew Holness deliberately, you understand, wanted to, as it relates to politicize, as it relates to the distribution, right, where he's also denying Mark Golding an helicopter to go to Westmoreland. And so then, come on, everyone, every person who are affected, right? And you can't politicize this. Now, let us show that evidence as well. Now, Holness turned down requests from Mark Golding. Now, look at this, right? So we are critiquing in a very positive way. Listen to this.
Tell me something. How can the opposition leader have to beg just to reach the people of Westmoreland after a hurricane? This is not the time for politics. This is the time for leadership and unity. Mark Golding made a respectful and honest request. He said, "I am trying to go to Westmoreland today, which is inaccessible by road." The private helicopter arrangement fell through, so I asked the Prime Minister to arrange a JDF helicopter to take me there, but he has not done so. Now let's be clear, this is not a matter of whether he is allowed. Mark Golding is the opposition leader of Jamaica. He holds an official constitutional role. So why is it even up for debate? Why the hesitation? It's starting to look like Andrew Holness wants to control the entire relief operation and take credit for everything, while denying others who are genuinely trying to help. That kind of behavior will not end well, because the people are watching. If Mark Golding were Prime Minister, he would have allowed Andrew Holness to join the tour, because leadership means inclusion, not ego. But Andrew Holness has become so diabolical that if something doesn't benefit him personally, he won't do it. Yesterday, after heavy criticism on social media, he rushed down to St. Elizabeth, but conveniently bypassed Westmoreland and Hanover, the parishes most heavily hit. And where did he go instead? Straight to St. James, the constituency of Marlene Malahoo Fort, one of his own. The whispers are getting louder. People are starting to see Andrew Holness for who he truly is. A leader who puts political gain above human pain. That's why so many donors and citizens are now choosing to send their relief directly to private organizations like Food for the Poor, Red Cross, and community-based charities. Because they no longer trust the government to distribute fairly. By denying the leader of the opposition a chance to be part of the relief effort, Andrew Holness isn't just disrespecting Mark Golding, he's denying the people of Jamaica the unity and transparency we deserve to rebuild our country. At the end of the day, this isn't about red or green. It's about right and wrong. Jamaica needs leaders who care about people, not power. Andrew Holness. You can't silence the truth. The people see you now. Step up or step aside. You've been watching Mishi Deck's commentary. Like, share, and subscribe. Because here, we don't...
All right. So as it relates to the clip we played, I am going to ask Brother Melting Pot, right, to lead us out as it relates to that subject matter. Brother Melting Pot, step up. Melting Pot.
Yeah, that subject matter is one that must be, looked at and, discussed, dissect, analyze, and, just let the people them know the truth behind all of this. And it is what we come to expect of Andrew Wallace and the Jamaica Labour Party. Andrew like to play politics on every political stage that presents itself. But the type of politics that Andrew like to play is dirty, garbage, wasted politics. Now, Andrew should have realized that this is not a political spectrum he's dealing with. This is a situation of, crisis proportion as it relates to Category 5 hurricane, which, in my estimation, you'd have to add a plus to the Category 5 because it comes with the velocity of a tornado wind behind it as well. So, he should have known fully well that the opposition and him have to work in tandem because this is not a political arena now. This is a crisis situation. And everybody have to play their part. Yeah. We are not in the cycle of any election to begin with. So this is where Andrew Wallace lose the focus as it relates to what is the matter at hand. The matter at hand is emergency crisis
Well
and
said,
how
Melvin.
well the situation can be addressed by the two stakeholders as it relates to the People's National Party and the Jamaica Labour Party. And, Mark Golding, as an opposition leader, has to participate to show that he, have the people interest at heart as well. It can't be just Andrew Wallace want to take all the glory for these things, And we have seen it because just look at how he assembled the people that is speaking on the matter, the subject matter. I mean, the people that him assemble have no clue. They are not professional in the field. You understand? They are the same old wasted garbage politician that we have was been floundering, behind the 8 ball at all costs. You understand? They have never stepped up to the plate in any situation. They failed in the previous hurricane as it relates to Beryl. I mean, people still have not benefited from Beryl up till Melissa come. You understand? And so, the situation is one of dire strait. And politics should not be the order of the day. What we want, from both men is a concerted effort that shows to the entire population that they are working in tandem and they are working to alleviate as much of the situation possible that is capable for them to alleviate. And that is like, being mobilized in the space, reaching out to the people, hearing what are their greatest concern and stuff like that, and bringing back solution and idea and the bounce off each other and move forward. You understand? And in the second case, why was Mark Golding not being offered a state helicopter? Why? When I've seen all the Jamaica Labour Party stakeholders, them like Tufton and all these people, yeah, Pumvas, the Prime Minister, all of them I use helicopter. But Mark Golding, I heard, had to start his own private helicopter, pay for it out of one pocket. Now that is an indictment on the government because that show biasness and what you call now some form of victimization towards the leader of the opposition, So we can't have that. We cannot be playing politics at this time, and this is why the situation has, find itself into the state that it is today, where people have been saying that they have not seen, the representative people them who's supposed to come and show them that they are being taken care of. These people are hiding because they don't want to go to certain place based on the political demographic. that exist. You understand? These people probably, you know, didn't support them, and then it's a backlash. But you can't have a backlash in a situation when we are looking for emergency relief to get to the people in a urgency fashion. You understand? Because emergency, you know, is a adjective that describe another word you attach to it, which is urgency. You understand? And Andrew always get it wrong all the time. Andrew like to play politics with Jamaica people life, even when it's not necessary. So there's two, you know, issues that we can score favorable for the People's National Party. Yeah, Mark Walling find it, you know, possible to land his helicopter, while the Prime Minister say him couldn't land because him have some PR people behind him who have put out speech like Dana Morris. I mean, I know she to be the Minister of Education, but she seemed to be somewhere up in Uppen, high up on the list. You know, she's operating like she's in charge of disaster management and all these things. Yeah, and so we know that's where the communication skill breakdown, you know. When you have people reporting who are not professional people to speak on the matter, then they end up telling lies. You understand? So Mark Walling could reach, but the Prime Minister couldn't reach Westmoreland. The Prime Minister used the state resource, but Mark Walling couldn't use the state resource. But in any case, yeah, Mark Walling make himself available for the people. So kudos to Mark Walling and the People's National Party. Over to you, Sir Byron.
Well said. Well said, melting pot. All right, let me turn to Brother Rattigan as it relates to the legal mind. Now, Brother Rattigan, based on the evidence that we had presented, does it tantamount to say that what we are looking on, right, is some political biasness as it relates to how the Prime Minister is dealing with the situation? Let us hear your take on it,
Okay.
Brother
All
Rattigan.
right. All right. Jamaica is a small country. The election is over. And you would think that because we have a national disaster, that both parties would get together and address the issue. What do I mean by that? The helicopter issue, for example, you would think that either Mark would reach out to the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister would reach out to the leader of the opposition, but there would be some communication between them and say, listen, in a show of unity, let's ride down together and look at this thing. It's a small country, and we're all Jamaicans, right?
Exactly. Well said.
No big deal. You think that would happen, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And the idea that the Prime Minister would land in St. Elizabeth, skip Hanover, skip Westmoreland, and then went to St. James, it just seemed, it just didn't seem natural or normal, right? If you're going to view the destruction and the disaster of your country, and it's just that's just a little corner of the country, then fine. And unless you tell me that you don't have enough petrol in the helicopter for really do all of the stops. So I find that to be problematic. Now here is something. The very first clip you played, the reporter said Vaz said that the Prime Minister's helicopter couldn't land, couldn't find a place to land. The second clip you played, it was Dana Morris Dixon, the person said, who said it. I want to hear the Prime Minister say it. So what I would want is, and again, you talk about legal mind. When you talk about legal mind, you have to be precise. And so I don't want the Prime Minister to come back later on and say, no, I never said that. It was a mistake. So I want him to ask him the question. So when next time he does this, he does a press conference, somebody should ask him, why didn't you? Maybe they did ask him already. I don't know. I don't know if they asked him, and I don't know the answer. But it certainly would bring light to the situation if he were to be asked directly, why is it that you landed in St. Elizabeth, and then two spokespersons for the government said that you didn't land in Westmoreland because you couldn't find a place to land, because we find that to be remarkable. But the whole parish, you couldn't find a place to land that helicopter. It just sounds like it's not true. So that's what they do.
Let me inject something, Ratty. Based on what being communicated by Darrell Vaz and Dana Morris, the Prime Minister has not come out to refute none of what being said. And so then his silence, as it relates to me, my perception, would say, okay, he's taking the parallel with argument.
Here's why you have to be careful with that. I've seen situations where a minister said something, the Prime Minister said something, and there was no resolution as to what that thing was. Yeah, where the Prime Minister, and I'll give you an example. You remember when the Prime Minister said that the school buses, he said they'll be for free. Remember?
Yeah.
And then when Vaz came on and said, no, we're going to charge, right? If that's the case, then the Prime Minister, so the question is it for free? Or why didn't the Prime Minister come out and say to Vaz, no, it is going to be for free? Instead, him allow Vaz to make the statement, and it stood. I mean, they allowed both people to ride for 1 month, I believe, for free. But I've seen other examples where a minister might say something. Part of it is because, look, what you have here, in addition to other things, you have a bunch of people who are, they might tell you that they're professionals. They might have professional degrees, but they don't act in a professional manner. They don't act in a manner that's befitting of their title. And so that's why we know that title no mean nothing in Jamaica. Right? It don't mean anything. And some people might attribute that to politics and say, no, it's politics. It's not titles. Because if they were doing what they were supposed to do, then we wouldn't have these kinds of issues. Now, here's another point I just need to raise. And let me ask you a question. Mister.
Yes.
If you were in Andrew's, let me be respectful. If you were in the Prime Minister's shoes, you just went through a bruising election. You just went through your entire financial and to some degree your personal matters exposed and discussed and reported on by a whole bunch of organizations and people, including the Integrity Commission. You're going through a process right now where you're in court. You're going through a process court because of the Integrity Commission report. You have another court case having to do with your election, which could result in a do-over. You have all of these issues, right? And you harbor all kinds of feelings. Walking issues. And now you have this thing, you have this disaster. And a part of him is saying, let me put everything aside and be a Jamaican and not be a politician. But then you have his ego and everything else. And you know that you know how humans are. We have that tendency to be vengeful, and him just say, well, right now, when I do not with them people. Walk in his shoes. What would you do? And you know why? I can tell you why I ask. I can give you the answer. I can give you my answer, and then I'll wait for your answer. My answer is this: that you see everything that's going on right now, it shouldn't be a surprise. We shouldn't be surprised.
Hold on, Ratty, because I don't want you to give me the answer, and you understand, so that...
No, I'm not giving you your answer, and I'm just giving you my answer, saying that it shouldn't be a surprise.
Okay. All right. So let me walk in the Prime Minister's shoes, right? Based on all the circumstances that you have mentioned, right? And when I look on the evidence, to the fact that I am having difficulty in explaining my wealth, and I know genuinely that I have a problem as it relates to my ability in terms of not explaining to the IC as it relates to how I acquired my wealth. I am going to be obstructive as much as possible, which the Prime Minister is doing. I am going to be, try to make the situation so difficult, because I really doesn't want the level of transparency, right? I don't want checks and balance, right? Because indeed I am guilty. So from that perspective, to the fact that I know that I am guilty, as it relates to me not able, to explain my wealth, right? Then obviously I am going to give the opposition the most difficult task that I can give the opposition. I am going to be, obstructive, right? And in terms of what the Prime Minister is doing right now, I mean, it is just ABC, right? Where you can understand the reason as to how the Prime Minister is acting, right? Did you think I hit the nail on the head, Ratty? Let me hear what you are saying.
I like your reasoning, and that's why I'm saying that we shouldn't be surprised because of all of those things. The question for me is, going forward, what are we going to do? And I'll give you one thing and then I'll yield.
Yes.
I don't want us 3 years from now to look back and reflect on the situation and say, where did the money go? Because we have a tendency to do that.
Yes.
I would like us now to start doing our own checks and balances. And I'll give you one example of how we can do it. I'll tell you how the opposition and civil society and any well-meaning person having Jamaican blood in them who are, who is interested in getting to the bottom of this. PIOJ is a clearinghouse for grants, loans, technical assistance coming into Jamaica. Most, not all. What I would suggest is that people start talking to PIOJ and figuring out how much money is coming in and how the money is being spent. That's as basic as it gets. Because once they know that you're doing this now, it won't stop them from, and we know it's going to happen, we know stealing is going to happen. And we know some people who should get assistance will not get the assistance, partly, sometimes totally, because somebody is putting the money in their pocket, right? So we know that. So what we need to do is we need now to start letting them know that we're watching them. We need to let them know. We can't wait 3 years, 4 years from now and say, oh, 3 trillion missing, and then try to go back, because we know what's going to happen. We're not going to get that money back, and it's gone. And Jamaicans as a whole, at least at this stage in the development of Jamaica, we tend, and I'm not saying everybody, but there's a tendency to kind of accept corruption in Jamaica on some level. There's a tendency to kind of say it's woven into the fabric of Jamaica, because otherwise people would be out screaming. Look at what Mr. Tufton did. Look at what he did, and he's saying that he was exonerated. He was not exonerated.
Crazy.
Go back and read the report, people. He was not exonerated. They said that he broke the law. The IC said that he broke the law, and he broke certain rules or whatever. And they, in their wisdom or the lack thereof, did not push forward with a request for prosecution. But I don't want to go back 3 years from now, like we do. Look at when Market Me took place. Market Me took place in 2017, 18, 19, 20. Yes. And it's 2025. We are talking about money that was spent back then. I don't want that. I want us to start. No, I yield.
Thank you very much. Put me up on the place. Let me prepare Brother Melting Pot, because Melting Pot, you understand.
Look, I just add something to this little segment that we have in here. And it relates to Andrew being the chief civil servant, yeah, that he should be, but he's acting as if he's way down the pecking order. There was a particular question that was asked of him in the parliament session today as it relates to the CRIF funds, yeah, and the insurance bond, yeah, that he terms to be the catastrophic bond.
Bond, yes.
But Andrew's response is that he heard that they have been approved, but him not have no more, you know, knowledge about whether it's been made available. No, I think Andrew only should be able to speak in more in-depth terms as it relates to such funding at this critical point in time.
Agreed.
Because
well said.
He is in charge of the country's state of affairs. And if you don't know what the financial side of the scale look like, then you go and talk. But Andrew know about in a lion.
Exactly.
The whole party play that type of politics. You understand? Where we term it as garbage gutter politics. Because Andrew seems like him not privy to nothing anymore, you know. That's why I use Dana Morris, Dixon, and Bushrat, Pumvaz, Floyd Green, and them people are not credible. All of them people are garbage just like Andrew. And I don't want to really change my tone of voice tonight, because we're upon a mellow ride, But sometimes Andrew raise my blood pressure, Me have to feel like I want to chip in the overdrive, but me I kind of hold it down so we're up on a certain level.
Exactly.
But Andrew want to get me mad right, come find Andrew at tell lie in a parliament from today. You understand? But me could ride and we set the background again, my brother.
All right, thank you, brother Melton Pot. Wonderful point.
May I just say one quick? Let me just say one quick thing.
Yes, come in, brother.
Somebody just sent me something, a screenshot, the chat where Sealy 15 said, I thought the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council was not associated with the current Jamaican government. Sealy, just to correct you, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is run by the Jamaican government. And it says so in their terms of reference. It's led and inspired and directed by 4 people. 3 of those people are Jamaican government officials. The chair of that organization is none other than Junior Minister Terry Long. And he's accompanied by 2 other members of his ministry. The 4th person of that governing body is a member of the diaspora whom they appoint, not the diaspora. So you can see what's going on there. So just a quick correction. You said you thought that it wasn't. Well, It is wholly, totally, solely.
All right. Thank you for that, Brother Rattigan. I am so confident, Brother Rattigan and Melting Pot, as it relates to the opposition, being that 28 member and the effectiveness of the opposition, right? I am really confident that they are here for checks and balance, and they will ensure checks and balance as it relates to the government. So definitely, right, Andrew Owen's third term, right, will be fully supervised, right, and the process of checks and balance from the opposition will definitely be done, right? Now we have seen some of that being made clear in Parliament today as it relates to the opposition oversight. And we really, really accept that. Now, since we have been talking about the issues that we have been talking about, we are going to go to, we need opposition checks and balance. And of course, we need opposition checks and balance. Now, I'm going to go into the highlight of showing some of the countries who are helping us with donations, right? And we need to provide checks and balance and insurance as it relates to the catastrophe bond. We need to provide checks and balance as it relates to the amount of donations being donated to Jamaica, right? We need to have a committee, right, that have oversight, because we want to make sure that we are giving account for every single cent. And I am confident that the opposition is on this road. Now, let me go to the Chinese, right, in terms of their help to Jamaica, because a lot of persons are concerned whether or not the Chinese are helping out. And I am going to show, you understand, as it relates to the Chinese participation, right, so that people can, have an awareness that indeed, right, the Chinese are helping. So let us
This community in Jamaica has come together in a heartfelt show of unity and compassion to support those most affected by Hurricane Melissa. Through collective efforts from Chinese business owners, organizations, and volunteers across the island, truckloads of essential supplies, including food, water, clothing, and medical items, are being delivered to the hardest hit communities. Representatives of the Chinese Benevolent Association expressed deep sympathy for those impacted, emphasizing the long-standing friendship between China and Jamaica and their commitment to stand with the Jamaican people in times of hardship. "This is our home too," one organizer shared. "When Jamaica suffers, we all suffer, and together we will rise again." The Chinese community.
So my Jamaican brothers and sisters, for those who are curious, right, as it relates to if the Chinese are helping, yes, indeed, the Chinese are participating. And we say thanks to the Chinese, right, for participating. And one of the things that was mentioned, right, in terms of how the Chinese feel, they clearly stated that they are benefiting from an economy and they feel the need to give back to the economy. And I think that statement was well measured, right? And we do accept, in terms of the Chinese, acknowledge that, they are benefiting from the economy and they feel the need to give back to the economy. So we are thankful for that as it relates to, the help from the Chinese. Now, what's this now? We are going to get into more serious issues.
Hold on a second. Aaron, you change the issue. You moved to another issue?
No,
Are you?
No. We still there on that subject matter.
Okay,
as it relates.
I have a question for you, and I have an observation.
Okay. All right. Let me just. So we still on, the countries who are helping out Jamaica, and one of the countries that, vent their frustration, right, with Jamaica, particularly with the government. And I don't know if that is a result to the fact that this particular country may join up with the BRICS. And, the government, right, did not process, right, their input in wanting to help Jamaica, right? And they spoke out, they spoke clearly on it. And I want to show you, right, as it relates to the El Salvador right, government, what they had done in terms of their participation. Let us go to El Salvador. Massive humanitarian aid coming from El Salvador.
Main international airport, San Oscar Romero, became the staging ground for a major humanitarian operation on October 31st, 2025. At dawn, teams of rescue workers, medical personnel, soldiers and firefighters gathered on the tarmac, preparing to board an aircraft loaded with supplies bound for Jamaica. Their mission, to assist the Caribbean nation after Hurricane Melissa left a trail of destruction across the island. The operation was ordered directly by President Nayib Bukele, who authorized the deployment of specialized emergency units to support Jamaica's relief efforts. The move followed Kingston's declaration of a national emergency on October 28th, after the storm made landfall with sustained winds exceeding 150 kilometers per hour, triggering widespread flooding and infrastructure damage. At the airport, a steady stream of uniformed personnel, men and women from El Salvador's Civil Protection Agency, the Armed Forces, and the National Fire Department boarded the aid aircraft. Among them were medical teams, paramedics, and search and rescue specialists. They carried with them the Salvadoran flag, symbolizing solidarity with a nation struggling to recover from one of the strongest storms in recent Caribbean history. The mission represents one of the largest international humanitarian deployments ever conducted by El Salvador. According to officials, more than 300 personnel were mobilized, along with tons of emergency supplies, including food, bottled water, medicines, and rescue equipment. Fire Department Chief Baltazar Solano described the team's readiness and expertise. We are deploying a contingent of more than 300 highly trained personnel in different areas, rescue in collapsed structures, confined spaces, fast-moving waters, and floods. In other words, it is a highly select team with all the medical and paramedical capabilities to provide that assistance. As Solano spoke, members of his department prepared their specialized gear, helmets, harnesses, and protective suits, while handlers guided trained search dogs toward the aircraft's cargo hold. The inclusion of canine rescue units highlights the mission's focus on locating survivors who may be trapped in debris or isolated communities in Jamaica's hardest-hit parishes. Civil Protection Director Luis Amaya emphasized the moral significance of the deployment. Today, we are witnessing an action that reflects the highest values of the Salvadoran people: solidarity, brotherhood, and commitment to those who need it most. His words were met with applause from volunteers and soldiers assembled on the runway, many of whom had previously served in disaster relief operations across Central America and the Caribbean. Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs Adriana,
as it relates to El Salvador contribution, but my Jamaican people, many Jamaican people don't know that, you know, their contribution was treated with a sort of disdain from the JLP administration. If it wasn't for the People's National Party, right, they wouldn't have been processed as it relates to their help that they want to give to the country. And I'm wondering, Rattigan, I'm wondering, Melting Pot, why the Jamaica Labour Party had treated them in a very disdain way, right? I just don't understand it. Now, let me show you in terms of what they are complaining about, and that it is the People's National Party who really process this thing. And that is what I am saying, that you can't put politics as it relates to people's life and people who want the well-needed resources. And it couldn't be that to the fact that El Salvador may have signed on to, right, the BRICS, you understand, some holding out that, okay, all right, we don't want any aid from them. In a time when the circumstances, you understand, and the people are in dire strait, lives are important to be saved, and where the El Salvador showed up. Now, let me show you what the El Salvador, what the El Salvador is complaining about. Let me show you the document. Let us get into that document, Oni, and show what the El Salvador government is complaining about. And the El Salvador diplomats are saying that it is the People's National Party who actually helped them. Oh, that's the one. I never see anything mentioned here. Okay. All right. So basically, I am going to have to read this document because it seems like, you know, they are blocking it. Okay. So let me just read what the complaint is about from them. And I am totally upset in terms of the politics that been played right then and there. Right. So let me just read it to the fact that wife is unable to show that and show what the El Salvador people are saying. Why are we why is the Jamaica Labour Party administration is you understand didn't want to process the El Salvador help? I just don't get that. Right? I just don't get it. I have a problem. I have a problem with that. Let me just search and find. Okay, we need opposition checks and balance. Okay, so let me get into it and read it. Right? You want me to send it to you and see if we can put it up again? Oh, no matter what you try, you can't put it up. You need to read it. Okay, so let me read it to the people. Right? It's a longer history on this. The government of Jamaica approved the overflight and landing permission requested through diplomatic note in order to allow us, right, to bring this aircraft with the humanitarian aid to the people of Jamaica. When I personally reached Normal Manley International Airport at 12:40 p.m., there was no representative from any governmental agency, right, our department of our ministry. I had to start knocking on some doors by myself to try to find someone that could guide me through the whole process as our aircraft was about to land in Kingston. All this despite my efforts trying to reach out from early morning to protocol departments and permanent secretary without any success. When I finally received the support of the Normal Manley International Airport operational team, they guided me to the aircraft to meet and welcome my delegation that had, amongst others, Mr. Raleigh Lee Kazi, Vice President for the Caribbean from the Venezuelan Ministry of People's Power of Foreign Affairs, or I don't know, as a result to the fact that the Venezuelan people may engage with this. Now, surprisingly, there was nobody from any governmental institution to welcome us and receive on behalf of the government of Jamaica the 20.5 tons, my Jamaican people, of humanitarian aid brought from Venezuela. So a different kettle of fish this now because it came actually from Venezuela. Let me read that over. Surprisingly, there was nobody from any governmental institution to welcome us and receive on behalf of the government of Jamaica the 20.5 tons of humanitarian aid brought from Venezuela. Right? Not just this, but next challenge we faced was that no handling service company was there to proceed with the unloading of the cargo from the plane. So what we put up is the Venezuelan load there, definitely. It is important to mention that in MIA, there are only 2 private companies that offer these services. One of these companies was contacted from Venezuela, and the answer was all Venezuelan carriers are sanctioned by Menzies, so we could not be able to assist. So nobody seems to be putting any effort from Jamaica side to show the other hand and say, at least we are here, or we will welcome you and receive this humanitarian courtesy from Venezuela, etc. The aircraft landed at NMIA at 2 p.m. and probably around 4:20 p.m., the same handling company decided to begin their operation and service our aircraft. Believe me, that we are totally aware of the recent natural event that impacted Jamaica. We can understand that all governmental agencies are putting an effort all around the island to support the communities. But as a diplomat, representative of a foreign country, it was very disappointing to see nobody on the other side, at least one liaison officer from any Jamaican institution that would be the face of the country, to receive this hand from Venezuela and guide the corresponding protocols without having us go through all of these hard times. As the official way to make this operation run easy didn't work, I had to contact, now listen to this people at this paragraph. As the official way to make this operation run easy didn't work, I had to contact our friends, members of parliament from the People's National Party, to try to obtain the support needed in order to expedite the process and lower the cargo and left the aircraft go back to CCS. It was not until we realized that on the other side of the runway, a US aircraft with humanitarian aid landed way after us and had all the attention and welcoming of the local authorities. Now, Brother Ratty, Brother Melting Pot, let me put Brother Melting Pot in this space, right, to kick this off for us. Based on what Venezuela is saying, as it relates to the 20.5 tons of aid that they readily offer to Jamaica, and the difficulty of the Prime Minister doesn't want to process, the Prime Minister administration, let me just generalize that.
Yeah.
Right? Prime Minister administration doesn't want to process the 20.5 ton loads of aid that was given by Venezuela, and that the Venezuela diplomat have to reach out to the People's National Party to have it processed. We are wondering, as it relates to this particular crisis, you understand, why it seems like geopolitics is preventing the people from getting, you understand, the requisite help that needed. Your take on it, Melting Pot?
Well, my take on it is something that we have highlighted over and over again on this program. And I think even Brother Rattigan has participated in that subject matter. Now, we all know about the BRICS versus the US currency in terms of China as the dragon versus United States as the eagle. We all know that Andrew is caught between Iraq and the deep blue sea. Andrew don't know whether to stick or twist in most circumstances. But rather than being his own individual, Andrew Owens has to bow down and be the puppet of another nation. And we are speaking specifically of the United States of America in this regard. And so, based on the fact that Venezuela has attached themselves to the BRICS Foundation and also going through a situation with the United States as it relates to, their vessel being targeted and destroyed out at sea with a claim allegation that they are drugs trafficking. Now, Andrew is sort of distancing himself from Venezuela, yeah, and not looking at the most fundamental aspect, given the circumstance of what happened to Jamaica. Jamaica must be embracing all aids that donor country want to give to us at this time. But the Prime Minister, we all know him compromise, and he will take side. Once the United States is a player, he will take the side of the United States. Specifically because the United States has so much of its dirty governance in a safekeeping vault that at any time them can release. Andrew is in fear mode, yeah? And this is why even to administrate in this current scheme, Andrew is floundering because him head all over the place. Yeah, Andrew not really, in the mood for go on Jamaica anymore, Andrew more plan for runway and seek exile. I want my people them to know that. This is why you say Andrew put a whole bunch of minions. Them evil communicate more than even Andrew honest. Right now, Dana, the destroyer, she is being heard and seen more than Andrew Holness. Vaz, the same way. You understand? Because Andrew hide behind the 8 ball. Andrew shame, like a lapiest dog. You understand? So Andrew cannot function of his own, thought process. Andrew right now I leave it to the junior minister them to run the show. And just make an appearance when necessary, just to show him face. Because why would Andrew Holness administration shun the Venezuelan aid package and then, centered all the attention around the United States cargo plane and the runway? I cannot see it as nothing else more than you have to do what you have to do, Andrew. You have to take the side of the United States. You have to give them priority. You have to roll out red carpet for them and, disregard who else come. Maybe when the United States lift up, let them show them, some sort of welcoming. So, Marky G administration now, they know have to take up the piece. Yeah? Them have to take up the pieces where Andrew broke up and leave behind and put it together so that it can, reach to people them. So Andrew, if you notice, Andrew don't comment on the aid package we are coming, Andrew silent on it. We not hear Andrew government make mention of all these aids where them a get. Andrew have something on my hide right now, based on, just the knowledge of what we know is happening. But in terms of what is coming from out for them liaison team, we not hear nothing. Them not report, them a go like, them not have nothing, but a lot of things reach them. Even human resource to help alongside what them have in Jamaica. But you don't hear them come and talk about this to highlight the fact that they are getting help from outside source close in our region. Yeah, because we're in the Caribbean and South American basin. Him not make no mention of that.
Yeah.
Andrew hide a lot of things because I always tell the people, say, he's not Prime Minister material and him no surplus requirement. Now the country need him, say, Andrew can't step up to the plate. Andrew weak and pathetic and him in a shit pit. And my people have to understand this because this hurricane, opened up several can of worms, as it relates to the uncaring government that Andrew Holness lead. You understand? The whole bunch of them is a rotten bunch of apple. They are. You understand? Rotten bunch of apple, Don't fit for consume. And people might think melting pot now gone at this little politics mood. No, a reality mood me, Because if you cannot make reference of the contribution that been given to you, not endorsing it, and your people them now know so well, then say Cuba give me a tin of milk. China, them a do some things. Why hiding it? Because it is widely known, not just in Jamaica, but outside of Jamaica, that Jamaica don't really have nothing. So, and like Andrew can take, credit for nothing. I help Andrew to get to run Jamaica to reach to the people right now, because Andrew broke the country through corruption and through mismanagement and all these things. And especially leading up to the September 3rd general election. Andrew squander a bag of money. Andrew come in like a little youth, you give him the money for go a grocery and him tap a racer shop and gamble and lose it half. And that game the Andrew play.
Yes.
So we just know say Andrew him well compromised. And in a case, anytime the USA step on the field, no matter who want do nothing for him, him turn him back on them and him face the US. Because I have to bow to the US. I yield back the floor, my brother.
Well said. I'm going to have Brother Rattigan comes into the place now. But Brother Rattigan, as it relates to geopolitics, right, that we are seeing here, and based on the circumstances of the destruction of Hurricane Melissa, right, is there any room for geopolitics that is seems to be wanting to prevent us from get the much needed aid that we need to process? Your take on the matter, Brother Rattigan.
Yeah, geopolitics is key to everything that's going on. First of all, it sounds to me, based on your presentation, that there's a violation of diplomatic protocols, because when you're going to have planes coming into Jamaica, in advance you would get the airspace clearance and you would get the landing clearance. So for them to be waiting on that, especially in a situation where you're providing aid and assistance to a country in need, you think that that would be the first. Somebody say, hey, we're going to bring some supplies, 20 tons, 20 point whatever, 5 tons of supplies. Oh yeah, fine. The diplomatic note would go through requesting airspace clearance and landing clearance, and that would be granted. So I found it interesting that they had to fight, scratch, beg, beseech to get the landing clearance to give the aid and comfort resulting therefrom to the Jamaican people. No, melting pot hit the thing right on the head, Melting pot hit it right on the head. Yeah, lick it right on the head. Here's what happened. Jamaica is now realizing what it means to play with the big boys. Jamaica is realizing that. And what we're seeing that the Jamaican diplomats, the Jamaican government members, they're wearing khaki pants, short pants, and they're dealing with men and women of stature and influence. And they are looked upon or down as mere children in this art of diplomacy and geopolitics. Why do I say that? The Venezuelans, think about it. The Petrocarib deal was a sweet deal for Jamaica. They sold Jamaica oil at market price. Look at that clear. It wasn't discounted. It was at market price. But what they did was they financed 80% of the oil purchased by Jamaica. And they said, not only are we going to finance 80%, we're going to give you 2 years to start making your payments. That kind of deal you don't get in the open market. Then they went ahead and they had, I think they had a refinery in Jamaica, where it was joint ownership, the Venezuelan government and the Jamaican government. Jamaican government took it over, and right now they're in court, and Jamaica is going to lose. They're in court right now. Add that to the fact that that Venezuela is facing on the barrel of a gun held by the US. Add that to the fact that people are running away from Venezuela in mass numbers. And yet, Venezuela said, we're going to send aid to Jamaica. People, don't you see what's going on here? Venezuela play Jamaica in a spot now with Jamaica. Jamaica don't know if you know. Because here's what happened now. No, Venezuela is saying, yeah, no, you know, whatever we're gonna put it in our corner now. And so what's gonna happen now is the situation between the US and Venezuela, Jamaica at some point is going to have to take a side. And when if they say, well, we're going to support, and they can't ride the fence because right now they're riding the fence. They're not like Trinidad that came out and said, hey, we support the Americans, right? And I'm saying, Mr. Prime Minister, you need to make a decision one way or the other. You know, say you support the Americans, and fine, we'll deal with that. And say you support the Venezuelans, fine, we'll deal with that. But you have to make a decision. So he's been sitting on the fence, and now Venezuela now tip him over. Because here's what's going to happen. Should he come out and say, we support Venezuela, all I can tell him is that the day that he does that, just pack him bags and just go to the airport and just wait for the plane to come. Because that's exactly what's going to happen. Them going to come for him, and then you're going to hear all the dirtiness that he's been doing over the years. Yes. You're going to see it play out in our court because them going to arrest him. And him know this. And so he have to deal with that. Then on the other hand, if him said, no, I'm going to support America, what's going to happen now? The people of Jamaica now probably turn against him and say, how can we, when we needed oil, these people were there. When we needed that sweet deal up in terms of payment, they were there. When we needed aid, they were there. And now look at what you're doing. So he must face some backlash, but I think what he's going to do, if forced to make that, well, he's forced to make that choice. No, I think what he's going to do, he's going to support the American government because that poses more of a threat for him personally.
Yes.
Because now you're talking about his liberty.
And his freedom.
Exactly. His liberty is gone because now I'm going to come now and he will become a government guest in the United States. And so all I can say to him and Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith and the others, welcome to the big boys game. Welcome to the art of diplomacy. Welcome to geopolitics. This is geopolitics being played out. Yes. And they don't know how to deal with it. They don't. I tell you something too. You remember, I think it was last year, where there was a same-sex couple that they were seeking credentials to come and operate in Jamaica from the U.S. Embassy. They were assigned. I think one person was assigned to the U.S. Embassy and he wanted to bring his partner. And if you remember, the Jamaica lick out against it and say it's against our law and blah, 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 blah. And what happened? What happened? Nothing.
Nothing.
And I sent them an ATI and said, tell me, what did you guys do? Did the couple come to Jamaica and serve at the embassy? And I know them can't write me and tell me nothing. So we know what's going on.
Exactly.
We know when the piper play. What you have to do, you have to dance. Yeah, that's it. So I mean, one other thing. Mystic, I wasn't sure when you said China was helping. Was that the Chinese Benevolent Association? Was that the Chinese government? Or was that the Chinese government through the Chinese Benevolent Association? Because if it's a Chinese Benevolent Association, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a Chinese government. It could be a group of Chinese businessmen in Jamaica and businesswomen who decided that they're going to help. So I wasn't quite sure which one, if it was the Benevolent Association or the government. But be that as it may, they were.
All right. It was the Chinese Benevolent
Association.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Because I'm curious. I haven't heard much from China in terms of providing aid. The Chinese government I'm talking about now.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything from them in terms of providing aid. But the El Salvador thing is a mess. Is a mess for them. And just think, these people who can barely feed themselves right now, them have people are runway, them pack up 20 plus tons of supplies and say we're flying into Jamaica to help our brothers and sisters. And then what I see people saying, oh, they don't speak the language and blah, blah. Who the hell cares about they don't speak the language? Let me tell you something. There are some human emotions where you don't have to have no, you don't have to speak the same language for understanding. One of them is love, and the other one is suffering. When people are suffering, you don't need to speak the language, but you just look and you say so people are suffer, and you can provide the aid. They provide the aid. So look.
Well said.
No, I want
can you answer Dawn, Sister Dawn there? What he's asking.
Can the government be charged for failure to uphold its duty of care to the people, civil life, for negligence or human rights violations? I need more facts though, because when you say charge, you mean you bring an action. When you say charge, really charge like with a charge an individual, you arrest an individual. You'd have to bring that before the international court. And so I would have to know more facts when she says human rights violations or duty of care, because that's nebulous. I don't know what it means. So I'd have to get some facts done. You'd have to tell me that they did this to this person or they did that to that person. And then I can say, well, yes, that sounds like something that they could bring before the court. Otherwise, you're just throwing terms at me and it's difficult for me to answer that in a vacuum.
All right. Well said, Ratty. So that is
Sir
that.
Byron.
Yes,
Sir Byron.
Yes,
I have a question for you. How would you advise Andrew Wallace in the whole, scenario that is in front of him right now, as it relates to Venezuela, United States of America, accepting one aid, giving it credence, and all the nice treatment, and basically turning your back on the other counterpart who, in our estimation, landed in the country before the US.
Yeah. All right. You want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Well, basically,
but I want you to answer it, as an advisor to Andrew Wallace, telling him what to do, which is more of, substance to the people than himself.
All right. If I am Andrew Wallace advisor, based on the predicament where Andrew Wallace in, right, I am going to tell him that, listen, go parallel with the United States. Because if you go against the United States, right, your heart's in a fire. You're going to be in prison. No, I'm telling you the plain truth. If I'm Andrew Wallace advisor, I'm going to tell him right off the bat, you ensure that you side with United States. Because the day you go against the United States, with Donald Trump, your heart's in a fire. And I'm also going to remind him of the situation of Noriega in Panama. That when the Panamanian contract canal was up and Noriega decided that he's not going to sign that back over to the United States. Well, the United States, you understand, throw the bathwater and the baby upon him and say, okay, all right, you're involved in drugs pushing and blah, 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 come. We're ready for you. So, right, that would be, you understand, the only advice I would have to give him based on the predicament of what Andrew Wallace is in. And so then what I'm saying to you, Melting Pot, that Andrew Wallace is an extremely compromised person. And when you are compromised, it simply means that you're a puppet on a string, right? And when you are playing with the United States, you understand, particularly, you have to hands-on on their policy position. If United States ever understand that you are going against some policy based on your activity of corruption, they are going to deal with you. No, they couldn't have done Michael Manley that because Michael Manley wasn't corrupted. And Michael Manley told them that I prefer to walk on my knees. I prefer to stand up. You understand? More than walk on my knees. and Michael Manley stand up against the United States. That was shocking. As it relates to a small country, a powerful prime minister who decided that he's not going to bow to United States pressure. Andrew Holness cannot do that. Because Michael Manley could have able to do that because Michael Manley was not compromised. In Andrew Holness' situation, he cannot do that. If United States tell him to, you understand, break ties with Venezuela, he has to do it. If United States tell him that, okay, all right, send back the Cuban doctors, he has to do it. And, you know, let me hear Ratty, response on this in terms of what I am saying. Because I know what, I'm just saying what I believe as it relates to subjectively, my opinion. What say you, Ratty?
All right. We're talking about geopolitics and we're talking about the Caribbean. Here's what, if I'm advising him, right? Now keep in mind, people, don't get upset with me. Just like I'm not wanting to get upset with Byron for saying that this is what he would have said, because remember them I protect the Prime Minister's interest. What I would do if I were advising the Prime Minister, I say, listen, here's what we do. Jump on a plane, right? Make a fly go Washington. Make a fly go Washington and make a meet with Marco Rubio and his crew up in our Washington State Department. And we meet with the politicians upon the Hill. And what we are going to tell them is this, listen, we are with you 100%. We are with you with Haiti. Whatever you want us to do in Haiti, we are going to do it. And we say we are with you with Guyana. We are with you with Guyana in their you know, their little issues with Venezuela. We will take the Venezuelan aid because we don't see it as being connected to geopolitics. That's how we're going to look at it. And we're going to take their aid, but we want you to know that we're with you. And if I were the Prime Minister, I would have looked at it and said, okay, I want to serve about 3 or 4 more years, and then I want to just leave the scene a very wealthy man and with my health intact. So what I do, I hitch my wagon to Donald Trump, knowing that 4 years from now, if you get a Democratic government in, they will come after you, right? So you hitch your wagon and you go as far as you can, and then you hop off and you go about your business. Because here's what's going to happen. Donald Trump is not the kind of guy where you can go halfway with. You know, you can't play games with him. You know, you're going either the way they conduct foreign policies is almost like when George Bush, the son, when he said, when the people voted against them in the UN, and he said, we're taking notes. We're taking notes, right? They're taking notes now. So what you have to do is you have to say, all right, you know what? These people, they can say all right through the games that we would try to play, and we're going to be at a loss. So here's what we do. Let's just go ahead and then also we have precedents because Trinidad is supporting the US, right? So we say, okay, and we are supposed to be the big dogs in CARICOM. So we say, if we are the big dogs and we're going to act like the big dogs, and we say, oh, come Trinidad, get out front. Our Prime Minister is the head of CARICOM right now. And him can come out and say, well, yes, we support. And guess what? Him no really, and if him say, yes, I support, what is the blowback? It's not like that Jamaica is right next to Venezuela, you know. Look how far we are from Venezuela. Look how close Trinidad is to Venezuela. And Trinidad say, yes, we agree that the Americans should come in the Caribbean Sea and do what they want, and everything is nice. So if I were advising him, I'd do exactly what Melting Pot say. I would just, what Byron said, I would just say, hey, watch out. We are on your side, you know. Exactly. Because to do otherwise is to do otherwise is to cause your own demise. Is to cause them to say, okay, you know what happened? And especially now that we need all of the help we can get because of the devastation, no mood I go, man, and no mood I say, yes, man, we're on your side. And by the way, we need some new roads, and we need some new this, and we need some, I want to pump some money night and make Jamaica the jewel of the Caribbean. That's what we would do. And remember no, Jamaican people, some of us, we have short memories. And so we go for the glitter. And so now it might be painful, but you say 3 years, 4 years down the road, when you start to the new buildings, and go up and people will get a little job and things like that. That's what you remember. when we're at voting time. You know, remember all of this will go on right or so. So that's what I would do, sir.
All right. Well, melting pot. Tonight you bowl me a sharp ball there, you know.
Yeah, but you know, I want bowl another one because I would not advise him the way you and Ratty advise him, you know.
Well, on. Go ahead, melting pot. Put a melting pot on the podium now.
I would never advise Andrew Holness in the terms and reference of where you and Ratty and you know advise him to do.
You want him go to prison, so me understand.
Oh, you know so.
Me know where you go, man. Me know where you go. Me can predict where you go.
Tell him say you where you do know. Tell them man they say you know so we are going the Chinese them a bill you out already. And them you work with. You know you're not with the eagle, you work with the dragon.
Yeah, but that not gonna work. That not gonna work.
Then me no want get rid of Andrew.
Yeah, but
prison me want him go.
Yeah, but hold on the melting pot. You fight the hypothetical, man. No fight it, man. You fight the hypothetical. You wanna say if you are not advisor, if you are my advisor, you're not gonna give him the advice that you're not gonna give him that, man.
No, but remember, you know, me I talk to a man when I'm on a head, you know. Me I talk to a guy we confused, we caught between the rock and the deep blue sea.
But
you understand? To him, yes, me I'm advisor same way. But me I tell him, say, yeah, what you do? Jump off of the rock and jump in the sea. Cause I'm caught between one or two, you know. So me advise him to take the sea. You understand? Yes, man. Because what is now? You make a point, you know. And you ask a question in a Ratty. Yeah, Trinidad, then nearer to Venezuela. But Trinidad object and say them is with US. Right? And you done, you know, say, well, if Jamaica the top dog or the big dog in a CARICOM, where him are the chairman for CARICOM. But sometimes you have a big dog, you know, but him full of mange. Ticks and flea. One lamp pile and all type of thing. Him droopy. But Trinidad is a small dog. Trinidad is healthy and fluffy. Get regular shampoo bath and clean. Andrew dirty.
Yes.
So you have to allow Andrew now to meet him demise. Because I'm rage havoc on the island for too long. Me I tell him to jump off in the deep blue sea. And me I make him and me I reason with him too, you know. Why me I tell him, you know? Me I make him know say, yeah, what man? You're easier to survive than if you're up on the rock. Then we see your sniper can't get you off of the rock. But if you're going to the deep blue sea, we have a little, you know, one of them inflatable boat like what the people them use from over Cali in France to come across the channel and come to UK. You can't survive that way there. And you know, hey, them are going to take my advice. Because remember, you know,
and after him jump, no, you're out the year.
No, but
me not business about him. Him just can't reach safety for him jump. I eat that. Him done fuck.
No, but you try to kill him, man. You try to kill him.
You know, hold on. You have to get rid of a man like Andrew, you know.
Yeah, but try to kill him.
Remember Andrew defeat democracy, you know, by carrying out a coup and execute democracy on the 3rd of September.
All right. Hold on a second, you know. Hold on the melting pot. Hold on there. No. If you're an advisor, you did the run with all of them things that happening, you know. So why now you that come now and I try to kill him after you there with him when him defeat democracy and do all of them things, and then all of a sudden now you tell him say jump off and I see and you want to kill the man. And you supposed to be his advisor.
Yeah, but me never know say I never know him have so much bank account in the first place. He might deceive me all along.
Yeah. All right.
Before you
Yeah.
go any further,
Look.
somebody in the chat had asked about the aid from India.
Yeah.
So it says on Tuesday, India dispatched 20 tons each of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief materials for Jamaica and Cuba. So Jamaica got 20 tons and Cuba got 20 tons. It doesn't say anything about money. So it's just humanitarian assistance and disaster relief that they sent. So I guess India don't want to put any money in their hand either.
Whoa. Well, I mean,
all right.
Michigan Savada, tell them about him. No, anyway.
And not even that in a viral. Everybody knows them have too much bank account. You give it to last, that one of them.
Exactly. Exactly. All right. Let us get into this because Jamaica, we have seen so many countries helping out, the donations and, you know, all being given, you understand, to Andrew Holness administration and all of that. But we want checks and balance, Jamaica. We need checks and balance. Majority of the Jamaican people, right, don't want any money to go to the Jamaica Labour Party administration because they don't trust the Jamaica Labour Party administration as a result of the series of complaints against that administration as it relates to the level of dishonesty. Now, hear this for yourself as it relates to the concerns of Jamaica. And that is one of the reasons why we definitely need checks and balance, right? Where this government is concerned based on all the donations coming in and the insurance that we need to get. Now, let us play that, honey, for the Jamaican people. All right, let us get into that, right? And then, you know, I mean, look, the concerns are serious, and this is an indictment on the Prime Minister. So let us listen.
Here me I send up the government of Jamaica, we are asking, please, when you get the international money from all them international countries, they are going to give the donation to help bring back Jamaica and build back Jamaica. When you can pass up on the money, please, me I beg you, don't take none out of the money. We are begging you, please. Me I beg you in Jesus' name. Please do not take none of the money where the international country are going to send to Jamaica for the relief. Please, nobody take not even now 1 cent, much less $100. Me I beg you, please. The money, nobody take none out of it. Please, me I beg you, please and thanks. That time, me I pray to you, please, touch up none of the money.
Well, just play something to show that really and truly it's a genuine concern as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party administration. Now, two way about that, right? And let me just remind us Jamaican of why, you understand, many Jamaicans concerned, really concerned about that. Without any delay, only let us get into the gleaner here, right? And show why a lot of Jamaicans really concerned. Because if the Prime Minister can do something like this, you understand, this is really, you know, really serious in terms of the Prime Minister, I would say, sticky finger. You know, sticky finger. Here it is. Holness fixed use of charity funds to buy personal assets after Integrity Commission raised questions, right? So this is something that the Prime Minister being investigated about. The Integrity Commission has raised concern about the use of charity funds to purchase a multi-million-dollar personal asset for the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, who moved to fix the issue in June, nearly 4 years after the transaction. Take that away. Let me just quickly go to the panel. So we know very much that the Prime Minister has converted, right, charity money to his personal use. And so then that speaks, you understand, to the issue as it relates to why we have seen now thousands of, you know, contributions being given to the administration. And we are concerned because we know what the Prime Minister is capable of, right? Now, let me just again bring in Rattigan as it relates to dealing with the situation, right? To say, okay, Ratty, is this a genuine concern by most Jamaicans, right? And what do you have to say as it relates to these concerns?
The concerns are justified and they're real. This government has proven itself to be untrustworthy. If they have a history, just going back to 2016, from 2016 till now, and you look at the amount of money that's been unaccounted for. You look at the financial dealings of the Prime Minister. Look at the financial dealings of Minister Tufton. You look at the financial dealings as far as public funds are concerned, in this case with Mr. Vaz, and you look at Mr. Ruel Reed's case, and there's so many other cases that if people say that they don't trust the government, you cannot blame them because they can point to instances that justify their belief. Furthermore, you have the corruption index where they come out and said just last year Jamaica dropped 4 points, and I suspect that when it comes out in January or February of next year, Jamaica is going to drop even further. Because, and if you look at the State Department reports, if you look at the reports from the Brits, the Canadians, all over the place, it is abundantly clear that Jamaica is a corrupt society. When I say corrupt society, I'm talking about from a governance standpoint, how the government functions. So when you ask the question, when you play the clip and people are saying, please don't take any money, please don't take any money, I like that. And I like it from the standpoint that people are telling them, no, that look, we know who you are, but these are hard times. You take the money and we don't have no hurricane. But no, people need that money to get back on their feet. Please don't take that money and go buy another house. Don't take it and go buy another car. You already have many houses and many cars and many possessions. You don't, how many houses you need if you can't sleep in at one time? How many cars you can? No. So what I want now is that for there to be a community effort in terms of holding them accountable. No, as I said earlier, not 4 years from now when the money don't spin up, and then you have all kinds of reports that come out and yet you don't get a penny back. We want them to know that we're watching them now. And I, for one, will be filing stuff with PIOJ just to make sure that we know where the money is coming from, how the money is being spent. Now, having said that, I've been told a long time ago and more recently that there are some people in government who have established businesses to get some of these contracts because a lot of emergency contracts are going to give out now. And you see where the Integrity Commission just come out with, I think yesterday, they came out with a statement saying that we shouldn't relax the procurement rules because of the devastation. We should still abide by the rules.
Exactly.
But the rules also say that you can give out these contracts to just one person, and you can give them out based on emergency. And if sure enough, there's an emergency. But who is getting these contracts? And what is the government paying for these contracts? Because we know a lot of kickbacks involved. So we're going to have to look at those contracts carefully to see who's behind the contracts, because these people are not going to come up front, and how much is being paid. Are we getting value for money? Because we have a history of not getting value for money. So yes, there's a genuine concern, a real concern, a significant concern.
Okay, all right. Well said, Brother Ratty. Believe that there's a genuine concern. Melting Pot, what is your take on the matter?
My take on the matter is that I, endorse what Brother Rattigan said, and I know you have the same perception as well, because it's just a common sense just right around the world that Andrew Wallace is a corrupted guy who like to steal money. But you mentioned about him sticky finger, Him like to get it in the way of money. No, I think it is broad nose. Him like to smell the smell of money. You understand? And when him smell the smell of money, you know, it's like him smell blood. You understand? Him go for the kill. It's like a predator when it come to money. You understand? And so the money is not safe in Andrew Wallace's hand. Yeah, and this is why, as Brother Rattigan said, we have to be now sharp as it relates to checks and balance. We have to try catch up. Because Andrew now release nothing. You notice we now get no report from Andrew as to when him get a substantial, donation from donor country. We now get no report on that. The liaison officer for Andrew Wallace now giving a report because Andrew not talking. Because when Andrew distance himself from the subject matter. So when it comes around, you can't say him did say. But we know who I use now as him task force. We know who I speak directly now for Andrew, Yeah. We know. So what we have to do now, as them work them out, we clap them. Make sure write down the figure we come in and store them in the archive. Because if Andrew think he might go play hanky panky this time around like when I'm doing a burial, he make a sad mistake. And me a warn him because Andrew is holding on to a thin piece of thread. Andrew now have the rope like when him did have the parliament at him disposal, It thin out now is a thread turn to that same rope. A 28 strong, healthy lion in there. We kick out the cheetah them, expose them. You understand? So, Andrew now, me I tell you, tread carefully. You're there on your last hurrah. Tread carefully. And I mean, as I said to Brother Rattigan, I missed it. And Lady Anne Marine at the space, and everybody else will listen to me. Me is a good advisor to you. Tread carefully. You understand? Because you're there on your last hurrah. Now, it is so embarrassing when everybody, a citizen in our country, can make these type of TikTok video. It go all over the world. And their only cry at this point in time is crying to the outside community as donor country who always look to Jamaica and help them in times of need. These people are saying to these donor countries, please, please do not give Andrew the money. Because if you give him, we not get none. My God. Mighty God, Andrew Wallace and the Labour administration. And you see size 13, remember, she have a significant role of playing at the way Andrew find himself, Because she control him mind, from the Maga St. Catherine, She realized that she could have used him in a, future stage in them life. Because she realized him nose was a nosy nose from way back then. And with a guy like Andrew, have that type of, infinity about him. She can't use him and she manipulate him to the point where Andrew does have to work in a card and puts a size with size 13, I say. Yeah. So size 13 will cover up Andrew. Because Andrew is not a man, It's a man frame. You understand? The man frame.
All right.
Real man.
You can call him a mannequin.
Mannequin. Mannequin. As what people know as a statue. You understand? Yeah.
Let me just add one quick piece of that. Just to say that as far as Mystic mentioned the 28 bank accounts, just want everybody to know that I wrote King Charles personally and I informed him about it, and I also wrote to most of the members of the 100 and something plus members of the Privy Council, of which the Prime Minister is a part of. I wrote to them and said, listen, we have this man in our midst, we have 28 bank accounts and him have issues in Jamaica. And then I also sent the letter to Parliament. So,
all right.
You know what, go on.
All right, here you go.
Well, I mean, And where if you understand, you know, Ratty and Sir Byron and Lady Anne, Prince Charles just strip a Andrew up a certain title, you know. So, and the Andrew they did dearer to him, closer to him heart. I know him strip that one here too. You understand? Because this, yeah, because this one I know sign up to film type of organization as a king council, you know. You understand? And him a carry down him organization right now. King Charles, I hear too much about this guy, yeah. As it relates to him being a chopper. You understand? So, yeah, from one Andrew to another Andrew, no problem. Yeah,
All
man.
right.
Come in, Sir Byron.
All right, blessings. All right, let us ask the question under this subheading. Is Melissa being used as a political grandstanding? Let us get into that. We have a few clips under that subheading. Right, without any delay, honey, let us get into the first footage, right, where that is concerned. Let us hear from this gentleman what this gentleman is saying, and we follow suit. Go ahead.
A whole heap of people not really agree with what I say right now, but let me just send a message to the government of Jamaica. You see that little slight resemblance of partisan relief effort when we say I go on to the country. I go caution this government. Listen, this hurricane affect PMP and it affect JLP. And you see the slight resemblance of this partisan approach to how you're dealing with this crisis in this country. Stop it. Prime Minister, me not care what nobody wants to say. You fly go over over St. Elizabeth and you fly go to Montego Bay, where most of the Jamaica Labour Party MPs are. Westmoreland, the people of Hanover suffered a great deal. You mean for tell me, say, as the Prime Minister of the country, nobody never advise you until I say it's going to look bad if you only stop in the areas that are supported by the Jamaica Labour Party MPs? What about the other MPs who do not support your party? No, whether or not the intention was that you deliberately or unintentionally stop there, and even if that's not the case of you not going into the PMP areas, it look bad. You are the Prime Minister of the country, and I want to caution this government. And that is why the diaspora people don't want to really send the money to no government. You know, we prefer to send the money to a third party charity or a charity organization where we can trust and have confidence in giving the resources to the people of Jamaica, whether you're PMP or whether you're JLP or no P at all. We should never use partisan in this crisis to determine one who get help or where we visit as a country. You're the leader of the country and you went as far as St. Elizabeth and you couldn't go over to Westmoreland and Hanover because they did not support you in this election. Me no business when none of one wants to say. I am calling it for what it is. I am representing all Jamaicans, PNP and JLP, and I am saying the slight resemblance of this partisan approach to this crisis must stop now.
Fully agreed with
100%.
Person 110% agreed. But let us go further into the situation, right, to have more awareness where this is concerned. Let us play Zilika. Let us play that to have further awareness where this is concerned.
Parliament, I have reached out to the government for assistance in getting persons who are marooned access so that they can actually leave their communities or enter elsewhere. I have been told by the government that as a member of parliament, I cannot engage with private contractors to have their roads cleared or to have their roads put in a place where they can leave or enter their community. And so I have been faced with a difficult decision where I have to choose whether I obey the rules as they currently stand, in which case it means that residents will be left stranded and trapped and unable to leave, even in cases of emergency. People will not be able to have access to food, water, or I make the other difficult decision, which is to go against the government's dictates and actually engage contractors to put together the roadway as best as possible so that access can be had. I have chosen the latter. And so I hope And I pray that the government will actually make some allocation available to members of parliament in the affected constituencies. I'm calling on the government to include the members of parliament, to engage with us, and very importantly, to empower us to help the people who are depending on us because they don't have the numbers for the government ministers, they have the numbers for their members of parliament, and they're reaching out and begging and crying out for help. And as a member of parliament,
and let me say this, I think it is so despicable to know that you have many Jamaicans who have voted, right, for the opposition members of parliament and to deny them of political representation. It's a fundamental wrong. It's a fundamental wrong. And particularly the way the crisis is concerned, that the government is going to use political grandstanding. Right? And so then many people suffered, and as it relates to losing their lives. It's a very serious situation. But let me show the efforts that the People's National Party is making and where the world need to be aware. Now let us go to number 4, a medical mission led by Dr. Alfred Dawes. So although the Jamaica Labour Party seems to want to suppress, the People's National Party, right, from participating, political grandstanding, right, and to say that, okay, all right, it is the Jamaican Labour Party members of parliament who are dealing with this and dealing with that and so forth and so forth. It is 63 members, right, that represent the government, Andrew Honest, that you ought to know, right, that people in Jamaica voted for the opposition and they want political representation. And for you to deny them as it relates to your political trickery, your scamming, you understand, it is unprecedented. It is distasteful and it is despicable. Now, let us show, you understand, what you cannot suppress. Because even although you have many attempts, you understand, to suppress them, you understand, to push them back, they will not be pushed back. They are going to hold you accountable. Now, medical mission led by Dr. Alfred Dawes offers lifeline to hospitals and residents in Western Jamaica. They are also giving you solutions. Kingston, Jamaica, November 1st, 2025, Shadow Minister on Health and Wellness, Dr. Alfred Dawes, this morning led the first post-Hurricane Melissa medical mission to the parishes of Hanover and Westmoreland, bringing urgent assistance to hospitals, healthcare workers, and residents impacted by the storm. The 31-member team, so I want to make people understand what the opposition is doing. The 31-member team includes the head of the Cuban Medical Brigade, Dr. Katia Maria Aguilera, right? 3 doctors, medical students, and nurses, all volunteering their time and expertise. The mission's primary focus is to support the staff and patients at the Savannah Lamar Hospital and the Noel Holmes Hospital, providing health checks, right, wound care, and general medical assistance. So we are showing, you understand, what the People's National Party is doing, and particularly where Dr. Alfred Dawes, right, is doing, making sure that he leads the mission, right, to support our Jamaican people who are in need of the support. Now, my wife is going to take you through, right, the next wonderful thing that the People's National Party has been doing. And let me just allow my wife the space to speak on this subject matter. Wifey?
Okay, first let me just play this video. I think a lot of persons may have seen it already.
Morning, Jamaica. This is Dr. Dayton Campbell, a Member of Parliament from Eastern Westmoreland. I am today launching the Adopt a Family initiative for Eastern Westmoreland, where we're inviting persons to adopt a family out of the constituency so you can help them to recover from this disaster. Adopting a family means that you can help them with housing, you can help them with food, with back to school supply, whatever the needs are of that particular family. We have identified some container houses that are on sale for about $3,500 US, and from what I have seen, with approximately 2,000 houses being totally destroyed, board houses that are flat, I think that is probably a workable solution to get these persons a home in the short term. If you can do that, that would be grateful. We are indeed our brother's keeper, as the scripture says. And so I invite you from near and far to think of it and to try and make it a reality by adopting a family out of Eastern Westmoreland and assisting them to get back on their feet. God bless you and have a good day.
All right. So, wife, you will speak on the subject.
Okay, guys. So, what I was thinking is that we could adopt a family. I know people or persons are concerned about donating to government and the money not going to where they want it to go. And it's a concern, as you can see, with a lot of Jamaicans, both home and abroad. Now, I am concerned about that as well. So when I saw that they came up with this initiative where we can actually adopt a family, there's a number that we can call, find out the families that they have on the list, get some background on the family, and we can actually help these people directly, knowing that it is going to where we want it to go. Now, what I'm thinking is that as a group, because one person cannot do it here, it's 3,500 for these container houses, or we can do supplies in terms of continuous aid with food, toiletries, and all of that, because it's going to be over a protracted period of time or over an extended period of time. We don't know how long this crisis is going to last, because we know that for now there's no end to it for now. So I'm thinking that if we could come together collectively and donate some money where we can put towards buying one of these container homes or several of these container homes, or giving them supplies in terms of food and other necessary stuff that they're going to need ongoing. I have a PayPal, or if somebody else wants to volunteer, I have a PayPal. I could put my email address in the chat and the persons put money over. What I can do is screenshot, because I want to be very transparent, because when it comes to money, I am very, very, very transparent, and I don't like people accusing of doing anything, untoward. So what I could do, if you guys agree, I would need people in the chat to say, yes, I am interested. And then I could get the information from Dayton regarding families, and then we can choose which families we want to help and how we want to help. And you guys could donate to the PayPal. I'll take screenshot of the page over often you'd want me to, and I could post it on the community chat to show, or the community page to show how much we have each time. If any money is used from it, then I screenshot the transaction history, and so everybody can have and see what is going on with the money that is being donated. So if anybody is interested, you can type yes in the chat. I will support it, and then we will see if that is something that persons would be interested in supporting.
All right, you finished on it?
Yes. So if you're interested and want to come on board, you can just type yes, in the chat, I can put the email address to the PayPal account. And as I said, I will screenshot the amount that's in there periodically if anything is used, and which everybody will have to give the consensus, because I already got $100 from Millicent on Friday. I'm still holding on to that because I have not decided what to do with it yet. And Rafe had sent me some money in July before, and I'm still holding on to that as well, although no disaster had come. So, you know, gonna try and make it as transparent can be if people want to come on board and adopt a family or two.
Okay, all right. Sounds good to me. All right, let us hear from the voice of Dr. Lincoln, right? Speaking on some of the, bad experience that he's going through. And then we have the panel come in, right? To just wipe up the last presentation, because we already past 10 o'clock. We don't want to go beyond 10:30. We want to close. So let us just quickly wrap up that and then have the panel break down the last discussions. Right? TikTok voice of Dr. Lincoln.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and put the email address in the chat for those who are interested. If otherwise, you can also send me a message on WhatsApp, the number.
All right.
It's very, very concerning here when we have patients who we don't have any gauze, any sterile gauze, or even the capacity to operate here 4 days after a disaster. I remember in 2010 when there was an earthquake in Haiti, that the JDF was in Haiti the day after the earthquake. And here we are in Jamaica with a natural disaster that we know was coming for days upon days. And yet still the staff, not even the staff here, are able to get water and food as we should. Not to mention our patients who need things like sterile gauze that we run out of this morning, and we can't get it. When we know that there's a disaster committee in Kingston, ODPEM and so on, who knows, they know that Mrs. Bullock, the CAS, who may be retired now, knows about medical emergencies. She was the one who coordinated the medical team to Haiti in 2010. And here we are scrambling and worrying about things like sterile gauze, sterile preparation packs, sterile surgical equipments, blood, and so on. And it is, I don't think we have seen the representation from our administration and our administrative staff, or even the National Disaster Preparedness Group. And this is day 4 after the storm that we have this issue down here in South. Still doing emergency surgeries. Hospital theaters are down. No, the lights, with just on minimal light. There's certainly no AC in the operating theaters. But for emergencies, we still have to do them in the heat. We did an amputation last night, and I think we had a couple of emergency C-sections. The morning of the hurricane, we had done a ruptured appendix, but the emergencies are still coming in, and we expect them to increase once the road has been cleared. Right now, nothing can access the hospital effectively because most of the surrounding communities are blocked off from hospital. I mean, just listening to the police here, the police just told me that there are 6 bodies in one community that cannot be moved because there's still no access to those communities. But we expect that as time goes on and the roads are clear, we're going to get an influx of patients with emergencies, and we think mostly they're going to be more of the non-surgical type. But yes, we're going to get surgical cases, especially patients who haven't had their diabetic foot or feet dressed over long periods of time. That's going to turn into a gangrenous foot. Those who have surgical indications right now was going to be backed up for the next 2, 3, 4 days, and who knows, maybe 1 week or 2 weeks. We're probably going to have a high morbidity or mortality of those cases within the community, but we expect a high influx of them as soon as the roads are cleared. Expect the situation to get more desperate as the days go on, because we have a problem on the road already with fuel. And will ask anybody if we could get some communication at the hospital, whether it just be internet, Starlink, whatever. If somebody could get us some Starlink, then we would be in a better place in order to report what's happening here.
All right, and that's why it is good, right? Politics when you have both the incumbent government and the opposition leader working together, strategizing on behalf of the people, right, to make sure that they get the required help needed. Melting Pot, your take on the mission, on the subject as we are about to close out for tonight, Melting Pot.
Yeah, the subject is one of such that, we shouldn't be, hearing it in such capacity from Dr. Lincoln Cox as it relates to day 4 after the disaster, but basic amenity that a hospital should have is non-existent. Yeah? Sterile gas, blood transfusion, water, food for the medical workers, and all these things. And I think if they tape prolong, you would hear making mention that even personnel that work within the hospital, they suffered loss of houses and were living from outside the car. From inside the car. That's what they use, basically. So, no help had even gotten to these people, which is our most fundamental sector of our emergency task force, as it relates to our medical personnel. So, no attention wasn't given to anybody. Because when you have an uncaring government, them lethargic, them lazy, them, everything that's bad. Because Andrew not like to release money, Andrew don't. I hear Mark Golding mention, just after the hurricane, damage the island, the Prime Minister offer to constituency member was $1.5 million each. $1.5 million in a people. My God. So we have these type of, we call it now, built up waste matter where Andrew produce him and him government. And right now, you see the ramification of it now that it has been processed. It has come to tuition. But this is a built up waste matter over a period of time that we have been using these platforms to highlight to our people. You understand? The state of affairs in Jamaica, Hurricane Melissa exposed it to the wider world and even to our people on the ground in Jamaica. That what Melting Pot, Brother Rattigan, Wayne Lonesome, Lord Byron, what we have said week in, week out, a reality. And reality will always be facts. So, the situation bad. I want going forward, when the restoration program commence, that we get in real structural engineer to come and design what our building them should look like going forward. I don't think we should be embarking on zinc roof anymore. This hurricane relief crisis that we have to be relying on country outside our region and from within our region and the diaspora to shoulder anytime we have a hurricane that do damage. We have to find a way and minimize it. The government need to work in partnership as well with the Jamaica Public Service to start take down these light posts and light wire and do underground restoration.
Yeah, that is
I
important.
think it would. I think it would help the country to get on its feet much easier and quicker when you have light in place that you can flick the switch back on and you get the country start moving again. But when you have to deal with restoration of light posts and wire, that is too much and it keep occurring. So we need some people with some critical thinking cap on. Start think outside of the box now, my Jamaican people, man. The leaders them now have to start think with long-term benefit that Jamaica can benefit from. No matter how much this program going to cost you, when you add up the cost to restore them back after hurricane, over a period of time, you quids in, you way in front of where you lay out because you don't have this problem facing you every time you have a hurricane, where you have to restore back light all over the island, especially in the places where get battered like over down the southwest part of the island. So going forward, we need real structural engineer to start take a look at our layout and how best we can improve the current standard that we have so that we minimize these type of catastrophe as it relates to, a category 5 hurricane, or if God forbid we have a, Richter scale 9 earthquake. We have to move forward with the thought process as a nation. We cannot be just, repairing, and not thinking of ways of building. So I want to see where light post them take down. And just like in the UK, your light is run in a channel alongside the roadway. So we are going to build better road with sidewalk. Yeah. When you walk on that sidewalk, that pavement, underneath that sidewalk is where your light and your cable wires are. Yeah. And even gas. That's how first world country set them thing. And if my memory serves me well, based on what Andrew Wallace said, when him took office early into this decade here where I ruled for, I hear that 2030 Jamaica was going to hit that target of becoming a first world country. But my God, not even the letter F would have existed in the first world. It not start yet.
True.
Yeah? The only first world that has emerged in Jamaica is Andrew Holness becoming the first super billionaire in a CARICOM. I yield back the floor.
All right. And that being said, wonderful input coming from Melting Pot. We will ask Brother Ratty to close us out for tonight. All right, Brother Ratty, you're on.
Yeah, it's again a pleasure to be here, and thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
My mother used to say, if you can't hear, you go feel. And sometimes in life, you talk to people and them nod in appreciation and acknowledgement, but there's no work done. And it's like entertainment when it actually is education. And then there's a triggering event, something that will now force them to listen and take action. And I believe in a weird way that Melissa is that triggering event. Because now people are actually suffering in a way that heretofore we never imagined. We never imagined in our wildest dreams that a category 5 could hit Jamaica. We got lucky last year with Beryl. It was a 4 and it just kissed the shores of Jamaica. But now we had a 5 that actually crossed Jamaica. I know people are suffering. I know we need to hear the voices. We see the TikTok excerpts. But what we really need a unison in terms of bringing attention to what's going on. We have spoken and we continue to speak. Now, folks, it's time for you to join us. It's time for you to join us. And when you join us now, you're joining us because of your own personal situation, not because anybody forced you to join us. You're coming to us now and you're saying, listen, me the hear but me never listen. But now me I listen and me I suffer, and therefore, boy, I have to do something. Again, as I've always preached, that something must always be something legal. Must always be something legal. We don't want to do anything to cause the government to, to install a state of emergency or suspend civil liberties and all that. No, we don't want that. No, it's abundantly clear that our prime minister, power has gone to his head. And so he feels like he can do no wrong that will be punished. Not that he can do no wrong, but he can do no wrong for which there will be consequences. Because him have the best lawyers, him have the best advisors, him have the best this and him have the best that. Well, I continue to maintain that some of the changes you're looking for in Jamaica, that we all are looking for in Jamaica, will have to occur outside of Jamaica. And if you, the people of Jamaica, can exert the pressure that the Prime Minister is deserving of, if you can exert that pressure on him and the Parliament, and we exert our pressure outside the country, think about what a collision that is going to be. Just think about the pressure that he will have to answer for, to, because of, you name it. Because, as I was once told, whatever the hardships are in life, they may be long, but they won't be forever. Him cannot be Prime Minister forever. And you, my people, cannot endure this suffering forever. The triggering event happened, and now you're suffering in the aftermath. We, outside of Jamaica, will continue to do our level best to make sure that we can ease that burden, that pain, that suffering. But we alone can't do it. You now have to do it alongside us. We have to collaborate and let the government know that enough is enough and a change is necessary. When I say a change is necessary, a change in behavior is necessary. No longer can we sit by idly and just say, I saw the thing go, there's nothing we can do about it. Because if you believe that, then it's true. If you believe that and you act in that manner, it's true. But if you get up and say, I am going to do something about it, I'm going to engage a community member, engage my community, engage my church, engage this, engage that in discussions concerning what's going on, then that's fine. But we can't keep our mouth shut for too long. I remember, and I'll share the story with you and then I'll get off. I remember one time I had a boss in the FBI, and he was doing some things that I found, well, actually, I didn't find them to be unpleasant. It was a friend of mine who heard some things and he said to me, hey, they're doing this, they're doing that, and it's your case. And he kept saying, you need to go talk to him because, you know, at the end of the day, you're responsible for that case, but they're having other people do things and they don't include you in the planning. And I went in to see the boss one day. And when I told him, I said to him, look, if you don't think I can manage the case, then take the case from me, but you can't have the case assigned to me and have other people doing stuff and I don't know what's going on. And he said to me, you have a mouth, don't you? I said, yes. And he said, well, why didn't you open it? Why didn't you say something? Why did you wait for it to get like where we are now? The simple point of that is, people, don't wait till anytime it's gone too far. As soon as it starts, you start complaining. Well, for us in Jamaica, it's gone too far, but so now we have to start complaining. What I'm encouraging you to do is, you have a phone, a lot of you have phones, some of you will make notes, but take copious notes, make your videos of everything that's going on, because we want it to be documented. because we don't want to, we don't want to say, well, Mr. Jones, it told Mr. Brown, and Mr. Brown told me, and we don't want that. We want hard, cold facts. We want evidence that we can present on the table. Because here's what happened. While we're not prepared to fully criticize the government at this point, because we want to come together in a show of unity and help each other, we are aware that we're aware of their history of pilfering. We're aware of that. And I can tell you, the hospitals is going to be one of the ways where money will disappear. You say, great name, Cornwall Regional, you see so much money spent on that, and you see it get hit, right? So you know what happened now. More money will have to be spent. Black River Hospital, all of the hospitals got hit. So we have to watch Mr. Tufton now more than ever. We have to watch him. We have to let the Auditor General know that she have to step up. We have to let the Integrity Commission know that if they don't do what they're required, mandated to do, then we're going to have to put them out of commission and have something else come along. People, it's time for us to stand up now. It's time for us to come together as one. Realize that there are some common enemies. There are some common enemies, and we have to stand up to defeat them, because otherwise we are doomed, and I don't think we will ever be doomed. So no, I'm just encouraging you that despite what you're going through right now, and some of you are going through a difficult time. Some of you tonight, when you look up, it's the stars you're looking at. You're not looking at a ceiling or a roof or whatever. You're looking at the stars. Some of you, you're hungry. And remember, before now, I think it was 60% of Jamaica went to bed malnutrition. Think about that. In the good times, 60% of you went to bed on an empty stomach or a belly full of junk food. And now we have this to contend with. Byron mentioned it earlier, the idea of disease. We can't rule that out.
No.
We can't rule it out. And I don't hear anybody ruling it in, but we can't rule it out. We can't rule it out. And so I like tonight's program was a delight. All of the programs I've been on here have been delightful, but especially this one tonight, because this one tonight, it wasn't about pointing out things wrong with the government or their behavior. It was more about what should be done in the coming days and weeks and months. It was more proactive. And people, this is what we're about. You see, we're versatile around here, so we can't do it either way, But this is why I love tonight's program, because it was about, hey, come together, and by the way, let's keep our eyes on this and that. And here are some things, here are some initiatives we think would go a long way in alleviating the problems of our people and getting us back on our feet. 2030 vision, sad to say, it ain't gonna happen, but we still can have some vision. But the 2030 vision is not going to happen. So people, in closing, just want to say, those in the diaspora, whatever you can contribute, even if it's just a prayer, it will be well received. And I just want to thank all of you out there trying to make a difference in the lives of our people in Jamaica, and hope and pray that we will continue to do so. And in the end, we will rise stronger, bigger, better than before. Thank you.
All right, well said, Brother Ratty. I couldn't say it any better than that in terms of Mr. Ratty closing, but I just want to add to Mr. Rattigan wonderful closing that, in the interests of our Jamaican people, right? The private sector of Jamaica, the opposition, the incumbent government, the powers that be need to work together in unity to bring about, right, a better way of service in terms of service delivery to the people who wanted it most and who need it. And to treat, right, the entire corridor equity in distribution, equal rights and justice, and everyone should be treated fairly. And there should not be any form of politicking, grandstanding, but recognize the danger for what it is. Recognize the circumstances as it is and deal with it in a fair and balanced way, right? And treat it as we are to treat it. All of us are Jamaicans. Whether you are PNP, GLP, or NP, put the politics aside. Stand up for justice, fairness, checks, balance, and transparency. Having said that, I will ask my wife to close us out. Honey?
Okay, guys, as usual, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate each and every one. I'm just going to recap what I said earlier. Remember, the link for supporting Dr. Ajay's wish list on Amazon is in the community section of the page or the channel. So you can click on community and it is there. So you can click on that link and it will take you to the wish list. It will show you how many are the quantity of what he needs and how many has been purchased so far. And also there is a bulletin regarding a young lady and her 1-year-old baby that the family are very concerned about, which is expected. They have not heard from her since the hurricane. So I'm asking persons to just share that out. The contact number is there to get in touch with her family so that at least it can reach somebody who may know something and can get information to the family. And also the initiative for the adopter family. I am praying and hoping that persons will come on board because it will be a good way to directly help persons who are in need, and transparency will be provided for those who choose to come on board, because it's going to be a collective effort. One person or two persons alone cannot do it. So I'm hoping and praying that we can get enough persons so that at least we can do something for a family. And also, this hurricane has overshadowed what has happened in New York. So remember, guys, or those who don't know, there was a huge flooding in New York because of heavy rains. So remember those who are in New York and are facing this situation. We need to keep them in our prayers as well. So prayers must be going out as well for those who are facing the situation in New York, and also continue to pray for our brothers and sisters in Jamaica, because right now, tonight, people are sleeping under the stars with just a piece of plastic and some stick catching it up over their heads. I'm sure they don't want to see nightfall. They'll prefer to have sunshine or daylight going through. But the reality is that a lot of people are outdoors right now with kids and stuff. So continue to pray for everyone.
I want to speak on something what you just said, wifey, right? That just triggered something, Ratty, and which is important. When we talk about the effort that needs to be done in terms of having those who are affected into the corridor to be evacuated out and be put in safe shelters. Ratty, we are still in the hurricane season. The possibility of anything can develop. These people are exposed to the element, right? And if we have anything develop, right, how are they going to, they are so exposed. And I think the government should think of this, should really think of this in their planning, that you have several people who left exposed to the element and they could not withstand a tropical storm. What sense if another hurricane developed? The hurricane season has not yet out. So it's a serious concern. And it's very serious when we talk about having those people evacuated from the area and put into a safe zone. Let me hear your final comment on that, and then we close out, Ratty. And if Melting Pot want to share his thoughts on that as well, then we close out.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. The hurricane season ends the end of this month, and so it's, you know, knock on wood that we won't have anything tropical disturbance or any weather pattern that could affect Jamaica. But just keep that in mind, people, that we're not out of the woods yet. And yes, it's a sad event to have people just, you know, outdoors, not knowing where the next meal is coming from, and they're just looking at the stars, wishing, hoping, thinking, begging. It's a sad feeling. And you know, I was eating the other day, and I was getting ready to throw away part of the meal. And I said, "Boy, I can't do this," because I felt even guilty. Coming and said, "Look at, you know, the excess that we have, that we can't even think about throwing away food, and we have our brothers and sisters back there, literally starving, literally starving." So again, I applaud you and Lady on the effort that you guys are putting forward to address address the situation. We also, this Saturday, we're going to announce our collaboration with a shipper. We're putting together a 40-foot container and trying to get some things shipped to Jamaica. So, you know, that's one thing that we're trying to do. In addition to that, we're also helping people who are doing things to advertise, to get the word out to the community. And the last point I want to make is this. There's an election coming up. The registration has started already. It's the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. For those of you who do not know about this organization represents you. The problem is that it's run by the government of Jamaica. It's not registered. And that's the reason why it's not registered, because it's the seats of power are occupied by government officials, and there's a problem if you try to register it as a charitable organization in the United States. And I suspect the same thing will happen if they try to do it in the UK and in Canada. Now, I am running, and I'm running to change the administration of this organization. I'm running so that we can register it as a 501c3, so that we can raise funds throughout the year, and we can deal with diaspora issues as well as the issues coming out of Jamaica. Because right now we have diaspora members who are homeless. We have diaspora members who are sick. We have diaspora members who have immigration issues, who have criminal issues, they have civil issues, they have all kinds of issues. Who's there to help them? No one is there to help them. This Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is run by the government, and the only purpose it serves, they claim that it's a movement. It's not an organization. You know what them call it? A movement. Well, they need to move from here, so, because it should be a 501c organization to help the diaspora members in need. I know of diaspora members who are in shelters. I know of diaspora members who are sleeping in their cars. I know of diaspora members who are being evicted. I know of diaspora members who are fearful because of their immigration status. I know diaspora members who have criminal issues that they need somebody to just guide them through it. I know diaspora members who they need somebody to help them navigate social services. And yet this organization exists, but doesn't help us. You know what the purpose of it is? They claim it's a movement to advise the Jamaican government. Think about that. The Global Jamaica Diaspora is there to do what? To advise the government of Jamaica, not to help you in the diaspora. It should be properly called the Global Jamaica Government Council. That's what it is. It doesn't represent you. This Saturday, I'm going to pull that document, their Bible, terms of reference, and I'm going to show you why you can't vote for any of these people running, the people who are occupying the positions now, who are trying to run again. I'm going to show you why, because they're not about your interest. They're only about their interest. As long as they can get invited to the right parties, they can have these numbers in their Rolodexes. When they go to Jamaica, them live big life. And when the ministers come here, them cozy up to them. That's all they care about. And them get photographs. Them get this sign, that sign. Them get little favors. Them no care about you. And yet still, guess what? You vote for them and give them that power. You vote for them. So people, and I've said it before, I'm running in the Northeast. And if me no win, and somebody say, boy, you're threatening the people. Well, sometimes you have to do that. And if it's considered a threat, then so be it. But what I'm saying is that if me no win, remember this. Don't call me and ask me for no help. Because when you call me, I go gonna, whoever win, you're gonna feed them number and say, go call them and make them help you. If you truly believe that the diaspora organization should be helpful to the diaspora, then I'm your guy. Because guess what? Government afraid of me, them don't want to sit down with me because they know me come for shake up things. And I'm going to shake it up because a diaspora organization is supposed to be a standalone organization. It's supposed to have a relationship with the government as equals, not as subordinates. And right now, that's what we have. We have our representatives talk up to the government and them not care about what's going on. We see them try something now, Byron. We see them do some things and not is talk about them have meeting tonight, Them are going to do this and them are going to do that. And I don't know if you watched a program last week, Saturday, but our representative, a young lady by the name of Michelle Tolonil, she this is her third year. She just have her first conference this June. This is our third year, She have one conference this June. Now the way the way it works is that when they have the big conference in Jamaica, you don't have your conference, your regional conference that year, right? You have it in the off year. So they had the conference in Jamaica last year, right? So they have the off year conference now in the region this year. She just have it June. Guess what? Minister Terry Long told her to have another conference in February, 4 months from now. The same year that them having the big one in Jamaica. And tell her, have it because I'm coming up and I'm coming to the south and I want to come to the northeast and I want to go west and then I want to go home. And she have one June. Up to now, nobody don't know the results of that. We don't know what happened there. So we don't know. We don't get a report from it. We don't know if she reported to the government. Apparently she did because she said it was impactful, even though we heard otherwise. But you see what I'm saying, people? Let me tell you something. The election is this month, going into next month. And if me win, me issue the message right now to Minister Terry Long. Don't bother call me and think we're going to have no meeting in February. And when we have a meeting, we're going to have a meeting at when it's mutually convenient. We don't want to play hardball, but when it's mutually convenient. Because we can't have you a call and a tell we when we for the things. No, it's our organization. It's named Diaspora. So it can't work. But these are the people we have. We have people here that's useless. Them just there and just serve the Jamaican government. And that's it. Them don't care about the diaspora. And people, the registration start already. I don't know if you have it, Lord Byron, but I will put it up tomorrow and I will show you how you can go in and how you can register to vote. And by the way, people, them already I try all kind of tricks and things, because them said to me upon the thing that when me nominate myself and them say you need a bio, and them say bio, no, you don't need it. Bio, optional. Optional means not compulsory. Them ring back and say, hey, we are reject your application because you don't give us your bio. I'm say, but wait a minute, hold on. If it's optional, then it's not compulsory.
Yes.
But you know what I do? Me see it, me send it to them, but me go write them and tell them, so no need to stop on the foolishness because you can't play games with me because you're not smarter than me. And plus, when me have is time, me have time to sit down and analyze and do all kinds of things. I don't want to go down that road with me. I really don't want to go down that road, because another thing is them have this electoral, like an electoral committee for different regions. Who put them there? Who put them there? Not us. Not us, because we only vote for one. We only vote for the members. We don't vote for the electoral committee. So we don't know who put them there. But those idiots there and the ones on the Northeast, they're a bunch of nincompoops. And I'm going to write them and make them know, say, listen, I wrong man, not deal with it. When you just come straight, because if you go lean, I'm going to go harder lean pound, and I got problems. So,
Right.
thank you for the time. And
Blessings. All right. Melton Pot, do you have anything to say?
Yeah.
Or we can just close out.
You know, when you look upon the whole situation as it relates to the humanity side of things, yeah, and where people houses have been destroyed and, you know, some non-existent being submerged with floodwater still, I am calling on the stakeholders to work in partnership with the government official, and the stakeholder I'm making reference to is from within the hotel sector of Jamaica, where I am positively sure that lots of these rooms and these hotels will not be occupied over a period of time based on the situation in Jamaica, and compounded with the fact that Jamaica is still under a travel advisory. You understand? They need now to come together in partnership, put these people in these proper shelter where they can be, you know, getting back their life to a normality. Have a shower, yeah, have a good bed to lie in, and so forth. Where even the kids them can, you know, go on to the electronic side of the educational system. Because you cannot have the people out there while they are doing the cleaning up and the restoration program. It is not feasible and shouldn't be done in that manner. Yeah. The water now need to start drain off the land now and do the restoration. Yeah. And the restoration program come with rehousing, not makeshift tent and these things. Just move the people out of the space altogether. Yeah. Say you're going to a hotel, and you're going to use several of the hotel them, you know, because them not go full to capacity. So you cornered off a section of the hotel, yeah, just like how they would do it in the UK where them have immigrant come in. And you house them there, so you keep a, you know, liaison officer in place to make sure no them operate and don't deface the place and brutalize the structure. So you have supervisor there who have make sure no say, even though we putting you in this type of shelter, it's just because of the humanitarian side of things. And at this current time, it is vitally important that these people get a shelter. So I just want the government and the relevant stakeholder sit around the table, and this is a, you know, easy solution for the work out, in my estimation. Yeah, and it will, you know, show that there's some care left inside of the leader before him demise office. Maybe him can get that as a part-time legacy. I don't know. But that is my suggestion to them.
All right.
You understand? Yeah. So that is just my 2 cents for the night. And I hope they take it on board and implement it as soon as possible. That's where the care package lies for these people who are left homeless. And we can't have people living under tent, you know, because tent don't come with proper foundation to take these people body off the cold, saturated ground, especially in rural areas. You understand? I remember say the crocodile them out. And them enough. Because, you know, from 1971, the government had take care of them and protect them. At the time, them label them as endangered species. Now they are I mean, a plague to Jamaica. So all that need to look at, you know. All that side of the cleaning up restoration need to look at. Because I'm sure no a lot of people will not be accounted for because crocodile have them. Crocodile store them in a film refrigerator and gone with them. So the situation bad, but the relevant stakeholder them sit around the table and it not have to be long and lengthy, just a brief 1-2 mission and it can accomplish the good of the nation and everyone. That's it for the night. To all our fans, hope you all enjoy the program. Look forward to see you come Friday.
Blessings. All right. Honey?
Okay, guys. Good night. And stay blessed. Keep safe. All right.
I don't want you to come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.